Chapter 12. Distance. Already dressed for the competition except for the jacket and helmet, Anton dropped the ramp of the horsebox door and Tia walked Painter onto the lorry first, followed by Phoebe, just in case she did not have the confidence to load first without a friend to motivate her. She had obviously loaded for the dealer, but that was onto a trailer, and she did not know if Phoebe had been coerced to do so. Tia wanted to give her every opportunity to succeed. Phoebe, you are so going to love this outing today. Anton is going to ride you at the show, and Painter will show you what to do when we get there. You'll be coming back home with us, so don't stress about leaving your home here. Leave her behind? No way. No matter what she does, she'll be coming back. I made you a promise, and I'll be keeping it, Anton said, feigning surprise and mild outrage. Tia was unsure whether he was good at keeping his promises, or whether he wanted to keep riding her lovely, easy horse, or perhaps because he looked exceptionally good with her under saddle. They were a striking combination. Phoebe was up to weight, in remarkable condition, perfectly developed with a stunningly glossy black coat. She grew a couple more centimetres at the withers by standing tall. Her posture was poised and showcased Tia's manual therapy and exercise techniques. She was a head-turner in the truest sense of the word. I'm not sure if Christie's coming with us today. I didn't see her around yesterday to ask her, Tia said, closing the side door. No, she's not, said Anton dryly, holding the passenger door open for Tia and closing it before climbing into the driver's seat. Tia had sensed that Christie had not taken an interest in Phoebe's progress since Anton began riding her. Not on this occasion. We'll just have to manage the two horses without her help. I've been out competing on my own before. We've got this, Anton said, raising a hand in a high-five motion to Tia, who smiled and slapped his hand enthusiastically. We'll smash it, said Tia. She felt a little self-conscious at being alone with Anton in such a confined space, even though the journey would be short. She had not wanted to lower her personal standards by wearing less makeup for the occasion, but she trusted him enough not to intentionally embarrass her by reacting to her appearance. She nevertheless could not help but wonder what it would be like if he were driving her on a date. She felt warmly reassured, watching him drive with so much consideration for the horses, checking the CCTV monitor every time they turned a corner to make sure they were still standing. She had felt so alone in the past, when striving to fulfill her equestrian pursuits. While she had convinced herself that she could always manage independently, it felt so good to have tangible, hands-on support. She thrived on it where it involved Phoebe. They arrived at the show and Anton lowered the ramp. You lead Painter again, and I'll take Madam in case she gets anxious when leaving Dave, Anton said, opening the partition to lead Phoebe down the ramp, expecting her to object. Phoebe did not even look at Painter as she turned to pick her way carefully down the ramp, as if she was walking in high-heeled shoes. Anton tied her to the side of the horsebox, and she rested a hind leg nonchalantly, as if she might stay there all day without a hint of controversy. Painter became anxious as Phoebe left his side. Oh, look, she doesn't give a monkey's, laughed Tia. It's another watch-and-learn task to her, and of course she's too much of a diva to disgrace herself with a tantrum. I admire your optimism, Anton muttered. Tia heard him but did not reply. She trusted that Anton could handle Phoebe whatever happened. Under those circumstances, she considered that he was the one with the optimism. Or perhaps she was beginning to consider him as her hero, halting herself abruptly with any more thoughts of that notion. It was time to put Phoebe's tack on. Anton had gone to get their competition numbers. Both horses were tied to the side of the lorry. Anton would ride first in the 80-centimetre class, and Painter would compete in the following 1-metre class. Tia had time to get changed for her class after Phoebe had competed. She did not want to get her white breeches marked while handling the horses. Her strategy to stay looking immaculate was to put the breeches on, get someone else to hold the horse, then hop up without any contact with anything else but the saddle. Anton returned and placed digits 1 and 3 into the inserts on the saddlecloth, number 13. That's a good start. It's fortunate that I'm not remotely superstitious, but I was considering asking the lady to change my number to your number, he teased. You utter cad, laughed Tia. Best of luck to you too. Thank you, Miss G. The same back at you. Anton laughed. I just didn't want to miss your party next weekend. Well, neither do I want to miss my party, laughed Tia. Phoebe stood perfectly while Anton mounted. She had the walk of a queen, taking Anton to the collecting ring where the practice jumps were. She was foot perfect when warming up, trot, canter, then over the first practice jump, which was an easy cross-pole. Tia was delighted with her exceptionally good manners. Over the practice oxer, a couple of repetitions, a few transitions on the flat, walk to canter, back to trot, then walking again. No issues. Push button. All Anton appeared to be doing was quietly steering her. He could read her every move and adjust his body movement to tune in perfectly with hers. I'll walk the course now. Would you take her for me, please? Anton said, dismounting and running up the stirrups. With pleasure. Tia led Phoebe to the side of the ring to look at the jumps, and Anton stepping out the strides that she was going to take into each jump, checking for landmarks to ride towards to give her enough space and time to see them before jumping them. When Anton returned and took the reins from Tia, Phoebe sounded her usual exhale. She's ready, Tia said. Anton had asked to be the first horse in the ring, as Phoebe was a novice horse for all he knew, and could rest while the others competed, if she had made it to the jump-off. He entered the ring and trotted round the perimeter, breaking into a slow canter. The bell rang. Now we have Anton Beckett riding Bizarre, owned by Miss Tia Garcia, making her debut here today, came the announcement through the loudspeaker. Bizarre. Anton had named her Bizarre. That's a very peculiar imposition on Anton's part, thought Tia, not knowing whether she should feel flattered or not. Anton approached the first jump. It had rained and the ground was slippery. He slowed Phoebe to a trot. She cleared the jump with style. She cantered. Clear over the double. Long, slow turn to the oxer. Clear. Straight towards and over the planks. Clear. Across the ring to the water tray. Clear. 6 long strides to the triple. Clear. Phoebe then lost her footing to the bounce fence. Anton shortened the reins slightly to help her rebalance, then lengthened the reins to sit back in the saddle to help her turn sharply to the planks again. Clear. Trotting to the last fence to keep her steady, they were clear over the wall to finish. That's a very classy clear for Anton Beckett and Bizarre, owned by Miss Tia Garcia. Tia was bouncing as they left the ring. How perfect was that? She nearly lost it, but quickly came back to me. She could have hesitated at the next fence, but she didn't. She's so honest, Anton said, dismounting, loosening the girth and running up the stirrups. She had some extra bodywork yesterday evening, just to help her feel extra athletic today. Shouldn't the rider be getting some of that too? Anton teased. Tia blushed and brushed him off with, You don't look like you need any. Thank you. I'll take that as a no, Miss G. I'll struggle on with all my aches and pains. Oh, poor you, Mr. B. I'll make you an espresso. That'll soothe you. They walked back to the horse box to give Phoebe some mental relaxation. Painter was munching on his hay on the side of the horse box, and Tia tied Phoebe up next to him. They shared a hay net. Painter, you should have seen how good Phoebe was. She's learned so much from you. And me, Anton called out from inside the lorry. Don't listen to him, Painter. You're the star teacher here. Phoebe watches everything you do and then copies you. She had a little slip on the wet grass, but it wasn't a problem, cooed Tia. She did not care if it sounded childish, if there was a chance that she could convey to the horses that they were cherished. Painter nuzzled her in what appeared to be acknowledgement. "You're next, Painter, after Phoebe has jumped again. Phoebe, you don't need to feel pressure to win. If you can go clear in the jump-off, we will be extra thrilled with that. Just get home safely," Tia said. "Well, what about me?" asked Anton, pretending to be aghast. "Oh, clearly you can look after yourself," Tia said, pretending to be indignant. "Make sure not to do anything that would make her look silly." She felt sure that could never happen. "No pressure then," Anton said, pretending to lack confidence. "Well, let's hope you don't have to lift me into the horse box to drive us home." They laughed. "Yeah, after I've made sure the horses are comfortable on board," she teased. "Last in the pecking order. I know my place." Tia hoped she had not offended him. She had meant for it to be taken as a compliment for his riding. He really was a talented rider. She was delighted to have been able to share her talented horse with him. He was good for Phoebe. It was a perfect arrangement. "Now, Phoebes, just another course to jump. It will be a little bit different this time, so you won't have to jump them all. Have a quick word with Dave and he'll inspire you. Okay?" he said in the same manner as Tia would have provided her with some last-minute encouragement. "You're getting the hang of horse whispering now," Tia laughed. "Just call him Painter in the future. He prefers it." She wondered why he always gave the horses nicknames. "Why did you name Phoebe Bizarre?" "Because I couldn't think of anything better in the secretary's head this morning, and I considered that she deserved a show name. I thought we could forget about the whole incident if she disgraced us in the ring." "Oh, you don't really believe that, do you, Anton?" Tia said, partly believing what he had said. "Oh, I'm sorry, Miss G. I wouldn't be embarrassed at her trying to do her best like she always does. I'd blame myself if she got it wrong. I find it bizarre that she feels so special to ride. You can, of course, change her name if you wish." Tia smiled at him with a sense of deep pride. "I don't think I will. They say it's unlucky to change a horse's name." She loved it when other people appreciated horses so much, when it could be so very lacking in the world of competitive riding. Anton was clearly an ambassador for ethical horsemanship. "Now back in the ring is Anton Beckett with Bizarre, owned by Miss Tia Garcia," came the announcement on the public address system after the bell had rang. Anton nodded at the judge and assistant when trotting past their cabin. Tia always felt good being around him because his manners were so charmingly well timed. He simply never forgot them, and, when he bantered, she always knew he was joking, never intending to be rude to anyone. Anton asked Phoebe to walk. After a couple of strides, she transitioned neatly into canter from walk. Tia felt proud that her 500-pound horse could perform so gracefully, as if she'd been a show jumper all her working life. Everything was working out like magic for them both, just like in her imagination. First over the planks, clear. Next the water jump, clear. This was a very testing course for inexperienced horses, who could find these types of jumps challenging when placed at the beginning of a course. The oxer, which had been raised at the back, clear. The double, again raised through both elements, clear. Anton trotted her around the slippery corner. She trotted 2 strides, raised her head, then cantered on briskly across the ring to turn for the triple. Anton did not interfere with her. He let her canter at her own pace. She was the one who had to figure out how to get over the jump, not he, who only had to trust her. Clear. Then a long canter, past the entrance to the ring as if it were not there, cutting the corner to the final fence, which had been changed from a cross-pole bounce to a high straight bar bounce. Clear. She charged off through the timing gate. The audience applauded. Phoebe cantered on as if there were more jumps to tackle. Was that Christy, Tia could see, standing by the exit to the ring? "Ant, you were amazing!" Christy called. Anton thanked her politely, dismounted, loosened the girth, ran up the stirrups and continued to walk back to the horse box. Tia thought it odd of her not to compliment Phoebe too. She suddenly felt sorry for Phoebe, who had tried so hard to please her rider, yet Christie could not seem to find it in herself to acknowledge Phoebe's efforts. Why did it have to be all Anton's work? No, she would not let Christie spoil her day. Phoebe had jumped double clear, and she had delivered on her expectations. She and Anton had believed in Phoebe. Christie's approval was unimportant. Had the dynamic between them changed because Anton was riding and competing her horse for her? Why did she appear to be behaving with mild animosity? "I think we could be in the ribbons. She was fast, but very careful," Anton said to Tia when he returned to her at the ringside. "I could only see that there were 6 other horses that went clear. That slippery corner caught out most of the others." The slippery corner had indeed caught out the final contenders. The riders took it slowly, too slowly to beat Phoebe's time over the course. 2 of them had fences down. Phoebe and Anton won the class by a clear 3 seconds. Tia was bouncing by the ringside. Anton was grinning proudly. Phoebe snorted as the crowd applauded. Tia gave Anton a leg up, and Phoebe moved off swiftly to return to the ring for an encore lap of honour. Tia was crying as Phoebe cantered past her with a big red rosette, tails folding and unfolding rhythmically with her striding. Anton was grinning and scratching her on the neck. He turned to Tia to say something as he passed her, but startled, he noticed she was crying, so said nothing. Phoebe speeded up, ignored Anton's request to turn to trot, and cantered past the exit to go again. On she went around the ring while the others exited. They passed Tia one more time. She was now crying heartily and smiling at the same time. Anton rode over to Tia and dismounted. This time he seemed to ignore Christie's compliments as he passed her. "Cheer up, Miss G. We won." She certainly knows her own mind. This minx answered back when I tried to slow her down. "Here, this is yours," he said, handing her the rosette. Tia became tearful again. She had mixed emotions, feeling sorry for Phoebe because of Christie, the joy of winning, the memory of when she first saw Phoebe looking so frail in the dealer's barn, and how someone could be so neglectful when she was so dependent and vulnerable. "No, it's all yours, Anton. I think she wants you to have it." "Well, let's put it on the trophy shelf. We'll get a professional photo after you've jumped, and it can take pride of place next to it. Come on, it's time to get Dave ready," he said, putting his arm around her shoulder and squeezing her cheerfully. "It will be the first of many. You'll see. If you want it, that is." They walked over to Painter, munching quietly on his hay. Christie had got there before them and was stroking his neck. "Hi, Tia," she said dryly. "Hi, Christie," Tia said, opening the tack box door at the side of the horse box and reaching in for Painter's saddle. Anton was busy removing Phoebe's saddle, ready for grooming her to make her comfortable after her ride. "I'll walk over with her to watch you ride. I'd rather not leave her tied, either on or off the horse box. She can walk some more and relax with her rug on to keep her tired muscles warm." Tia wondered if he was fearful of someone stealing her again. "Okay, we won't be long," Tia said, stepping up into the horse box to get changed. "Aunt, the girls beside me were saying how great it was to see you back competing again," said Christie pointedly. "Oh, that's very kind of them," Anton said politely. Then dismissively he said, "Tia, can you manage?" "Yes, thank you, Anton," she said, deliberately not voicing the Miss G and Mr. B role in front of Christie. She considered it their private code when she needed to gently distance herself from Anton emotionally, when he seemed to be indirectly requesting it. Tia gathered Painter's reins, slid the step closer to him with a foot, and eased herself elegantly up onto his back. "You'll smash this too, won't you, Painter?" "Good luck, Tia," Christie said weakly. "Thank you, Christie," Tia said as she rode off without looking back. She resolved to get her focus back on the task in hand, to do Painter credit by winning the class. At that moment she could not care less if Christie was jealous, or if all the girls on the showground formed a fan club around Anton and blacked out at his feet. She would control her controllables, and that was her riding. Tia's round was effortless. Painter was to her as much of a dream to ride as Phoebe. Even though at that time he had the experience to jump higher than Phoebe, she felt that Phoebe needed a stronger, more experienced rider to progress her. Painter was easy. He had been trained by Anton and Ferdy. She trusted him more in competition compared with Phoebe, who she was less sure of. Anton had more mileage on his clock with horses, so could handle any situation Phoebe got into. She did not want to get into difficulty that might injure Phoebe, and if she herself were badly injured, she would not be able to take care of them. Last in the jump-off is Miss Tia Garcia with D.D. Da Vinci, owned by Mr. and Mrs. Jeremy Beckett, came the announcement over the last speaker as the bell rang. Tia had the advantage. Last to jump, she knew which fences were the most challenging and where to speed up and slow down on the course. Come on, Painter, we've done this before. I'll stay with you all the way. Just jump over anything that gets in your way, just like you did the last time, even if it's a silly bird, Tia said as Painter bounded strongly towards the first jump. And if you could cut a corner or two, we could be in for a prize, but it's entirely up to you. Painter flew around the jump-off course as if he understood what Tia had told him. They won the class. Tia cried again as she cantered at the front of the lap of honour with the other competitors. She passed Anton, who was smiling at the ringside with an indifferent Christie, who had folded her arms and covered her mouth with a flexed index finger. Tia heard Anton say to Christie as she passed them, "Our girl's got a very rare talent for producing horses." Chapter 13. Uncharted Waters. As the sun set on the horizon, casting a golden glow over the sparkling waters, Tia found herself stepping onto the magnificent yacht which stood as a symbol of opulence and adventure, her heart floating amidst a scene of gratitude and awe. She was buzzing. She felt so very special in the midst of this grand celebration. She had found a luxuriously elegant, feminine blackberry purple cocktail dress with a sleeveless high-neck tunic style, stretchy velvet fitted bodice. The skirt billowed in a generous single asymmetric layer of translucent organza, edged with satin binding, over separate opaque cotton layers, underneath which fell much closer to her legs, revealing her knees at the front and her heels at the back. The organza was the same length all the way round, gathered at the waist to create flouncy folds down to the level of her knees. Her satin shoes were as elegant as the dress, perfectly matching the satin binding of the organza frill. With 3-inch stiletto heels, each shoe was made of 2 separate pieces of fabric, one that covered her toes, the other covering her heel. 6 thin light gold straps fastened around the ankle and connected the heel fabric, which had a fine zip concealed in it at the back. A matching light gold clutch bag completed the outfit. She wore her long hair loose with soft curls and a hint of red tint. A subtle, narrow, light gold hairband made from the same fabric as her clutch bag separated the front of her hair from the back of it. Her makeup was heavier than her usual day makeup, but retaining a natural look, accentuating her dark brown eyes and full lips. Slightly more striking than her equestrian look. A professional photographer took pictures of each guest standing beside Tia as they stepped onto the boat. Anton's parents exuded grace and charm as they mingled with the guests. Their presence added an aura of elegance and glamour to the already enchanting atmosphere. Tia was feeling a mix of nerves and exhilaration, knowing she would be celebrating this very special day in the company of such an esteemed family. As the yacht sailed into the open water, Tia's college friends, along with Anton's closest confidant, Charlie, and his girlfriend Jess, completed the guest list. Laughter and music filled the air, carrying with it a sense of joy and occasion. Tia felt a warmth in her heart, knowing that her friends and Anton had so generously colluded to create an unforgettable experience for her. She felt just like the princess of every young girl's dream. The yacht's deck became a stage for merriment, and the bright lights shimmered on the waves as if the entire scene was featuring in a Hollywood blockbuster. Tia now felt a strong sense of belonging, surrounded by people who cared for her, cheering her transition to young adulthood. This was a night of magic and possibility, where dreams mingled with the crisp autumnal sea breeze. Christy was there and appeared to be latching on to Anton. Tia sensed that there was a relationship developing between them. She resolved not to dwell on it. Anton had a helpful interest in her horse. She had to dismiss any possibility of a relationship between them at this point in time. She had to make it irrelevant to her as she pressed on with her plans for starting a rehabilitation resource for horses, which she had got off to a very good start. For now, it would be foolish for her to let anyone cast a dark cloud over the celebration. She was learning to isolate her feelings and press on with her plans. The horses had far greater needs than she. It was nevertheless hard to detach from the magnetism of his charismatic personality, made even more appealing by the hands-on homemaking skills and their mutual interests in horses. He even seemed to know instinctively how to soothe her, an attribute that made detaching from him particularly perplexing. In reality, she would now be bitterly disappointed if it turned out that his sights were firmly set on someone else. "How are you enjoying your 18th?" Anton said as he approached Tia an hour into the celebrations. She was momentarily taken aback at his appearance. A light linen suit with open shirt. Magical, beyond anything I could ever have wished for. I wondered what the appeal of boats and sailing was, and now I know. "You look so very lovely tonight. I'm just sorry that we couldn't bring your favourite horses along." Tia laughed. Anton's quick wit had struck again. "Yes, it's a pity. They would have loved it." "We'll have to hope that next year your birthday will fall on the same day as a competition." Tia smiled, blushing and looking down bashfully. Next year, she thought to herself. Next year, Anton sees me in his life. Next year. She looked up at him with a beaming smile. He looked at her intently. She said nothing. Jane was walking past them with her camera held up. "Jane, I haven't had my picture taken with the guest of honour tonight. Would you mind?" "Not at all, as long as I can take one with you back to back in your James Bond pose." "Oh, how cheesy. Come on, T, round you go." Tia was laughing. She could not see his facial expression as she pressed her back against his, but she could feel him breathing and the firm texture of his muscle tone. She looked at the camera with a playful grin, tilted her head back against his shoulder, parted her teeth, widened her grin, as if he had just made her laugh. She turned around quickly in the hope that she would catch his pose. His hands rested in his trouser pockets, and he looked confidently into the camera, like the archetypal cat that had got the cream. Was he posing, or was he for real? Wondered Tia at the shade he always seemed to be casting over her. "We've now docked at the restaurant. Everyone disembark and take your seats for dinner," Anton announced. Tia had created the seating plan earlier with Anton. She placed herself in the middle of the long table, surrounded by her friends, including Annalise, but with Anton directly opposite, beside Charlie and Jess. Nicole and Jeremy were at each end of the table, with the photographer seated next to Nicole and the skipper seated next to Jeremy. Anton's brother Tom was seated on Tia's side of the table, next to her best friend Chloe. She felt obliged to seat Christy close to Anton, and had seated Handy Harry next to Ferdy, who was also seated next to Anton. Natalie, George and Maisie were seated together, close to Nicole. They were served a formal 3-course silver service meal, after which Jeremy stood up. "Silence, everybody. It's time to honour the birthday girl. Fill your glasses. Oh, and mine again, please." Everybody laughed. Tia blushed. "I want to extend my warmest wishes to Tia on her 18th birthday. Happy birthday, Tia." Glasses clinked together around the table. Jeremy continued. I think this is also a good time for us as a family to express our heartfelt appreciation for the incredible person you are. Since the day you arrived at Darleigh Dale Hall, your passion, dedication, and unwavering commitment have touched each one of us. Tia was taken aback. She had no idea they felt that way about her. He continued, Tia, you have not only shown remarkable talent as a live-in groom, caring for our beloved horses with utmost devotion, but you have also exhibited an inner strength and resilience beyond your years. Your ability to rescue and nurture your horse is a testament to your compassion and determination. Anton has really clicked with that one, so do keep up the good work, won't you? He teased as the guests broke into laughter. It's evident that you are destined for greatness, certainly as a fashion model if you ever decide to give up the day job. They continued to laugh. He became serious. As you step into adulthood, I have no doubt that your journey will be filled with even more remarkable achievements and extraordinary moments. Which reminds me, well done for passing your exams with top marks. May you continue to chase your dreams with the same unwavering spirit that has brought you to this point. I'm sure everyone here tonight wishes your next year to be filled with joy, love, and endless possibilities. Happy birthday, Tia, and thank you, Jeremy concluded, reaching under the table and producing an enormous bouquet of fresh flowers. I believe these must be for you. The guests laughed and applauded. Anton stood up and took the flowers from his father to present them to Tia, giving her a kiss on the cheek as he handed them to her. These are most definitely for you, he said quietly. With tears rolling down her cheeks, Tia had stood up to receive the bouquet. Anton took a fresh cotton handkerchief out of his pocket and gave it to her. Thank you so much, Anton. Tucked inside the bouquet was a small card from the Becketts with the message, Redeem this card for 30 driving lessons. Accompanying the bouquet was a large envelope containing a card that all the guests had signed with individual messages. She would read them all later. This is wonderful. Thank you so much, Jeremy, Nicole, Annalise, Tom, and Anton. Looking around her, she continued, And thank you all for being here and for being there when I need you, she said, glancing momentarily at Anton, who was now smiling at her warmly from his seat. You have no idea what it has meant for me to be welcomed so generously by my work family. I feel like I don't actually work here. It's my happy place. It's an honour to devote my time to your lovely horses and to be living so close to them and to my own horse. It's a dream come true for me, along with all the other dreams you've made happen for me. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. The guests began to clap and cheer. Oh, Tia, that's so sweet of you, said Chloe, her best friend, leaning in to Tia. You so deserve everything and that wonderful new horse of yours. We're all so proud of you. Christy had leaned behind Ferdy and was poking at Anton's shoulder. Ant, are you going to make a speech now? She said. No, not now, said Anton, getting up from his seat and walking over to the stage area where a sound system had been set up. He was preparing to be the event DJ. Now it's time for music, merriment, and moves, if you can, that is, after all that food, Jeremy announced. As the night wore on, Tia's radiant spirit shone even brighter. She laughed, danced, and embraced the joyous moments. The party represented the absolute best of the best, and she wondered how her life could get any better, except for helping as many more horses as she could. Suddenly, the music genre changed from contemporary to Mexican dance music. With a tap on her shoulder, Tia turned to see her high school friend Jack beckoning her to dance to a sultry salsa. This was a dance that they had previously choreographed and performed at school in a dance and drama exam. As the vibrant rhythms of salsa music filled the air, Tia could not resist the offer. She extended a hand. He slid a hand slowly around her waist, leading her to the middle of the dance floor, then quickly jolted her into an embrace with the music. They had switched into the make-believe role of a couple with a passionate connection. The guests moved away to watch. With a new-found confidence and a smile that radiated joy, Tia gracefully swayed to the beats, twirling, folding towards and away in time with Jack's cues and the music wiggling slowly as she changed direction. The pulsating rhythm guided their every step as they glided across the floor. Tia's radiant energy, paired with Jack's confident moves, created an electrifying display of athletic passion and skill. Their dance was a conversation, a dialogue of movement and emotion. Tia revelled in the freedom of expression, feeling the music right through to her bones. With each twist and turn, she allowed herself to surrender to the moment, her worries and rivalries melting away. Their dance exuded a magnetic energy, drawing the attention of those around them. Their bodies weaved in and out, spinning and twirling, leaving a trail of awe and admiration in their wake. At the end of the song, Jack lifted Tia and let her slide slowly back to the floor and onto the ground as if she'd been magnificently slain. He then extended a hand to get her back onto her feet. They hugged and laughed as the dance ended. The onlookers applauded loudly. The photographer asked them to pose together. Jack twirled her around, and as she dropped backwards at the waist, her loose hair emphasizing every move. "More! More!" shouted the guests. Jack walked over to Anton, whispered in his ear, and returned to the dance floor with a dining chair. For the first 6 bars of the 1960s song, Cry to Me, Tia sat on the chair and crossed one leg over the other dramatically, scooped up her hair to place it on one side of her shoulder. With an elbow on her knee for her hand to prop up her chin, she feigned sadness and loneliness. Meanwhile, Jack had removed his jacket, swung it twice around his head, tossed it behind him, and nonchalantly walked over to stand in front of Tia. The guests cheered. He took her hand gently. She looked up at him. She stood up, and as he sat down, she slinked around to the back of the chair. Jack took her arm, twirling her sideways to sit onto his lap at a 90-degree angle. Tia lay slowly backwards across his lap and dropped her head back. Anton happened to be in her view. He was staring at them as if mildly tense. She froze with her body horizontal from head to toe. The chair momentarily rocked, and, unbalanced, she rolled neatly down Jack's extended legs to the floor, landing face down with her chin propped on her folded arms. The guests gasped. Some laughed. Tia noticed that Christy was one of them. Jack had taken her hand to help her stand up quickly, as if it were part of the dance. Improvising, Tia propped herself on her elbows, flicked a foot up and put it back down again, then flicked the other foot up and down, by which time Jack was swiftly and artistically getting her back onto her feet, swinging her around to arch her back and letting her head and flowing hair drop backwards. Jack's hand passed around the back of her neck, and he lifted her hair and drew her towards him, pausing momentarily as if he were going to kiss her to mark the start of the dance. They began to cha-cha. He let go of her. They danced side by side, mirroring each other's moves. Joining hands again, Tia twirled towards him and back away. Arms outstretched, they mirrored each other again. Back together, she arched backwards and swayed from one side to the other. Back up again, she twirled, swung her head around for her hair to fall side to side. They continued until near the end of the song, when she moved slowly towards the chair to sit on it in the same pose as she had started with. Jack had turned away to retrieve his jacket from the floor and walked off the dance floor as if to leave her on her own again. Jack returned to her side, took her hand and signalled for her to take a bow. "Way to go, Tia!" cheered one of her friends. Anton continued the theme, and the guests danced to South American music for 2 more songs. Tia went outside alone to cool down. A moment later she was joined by Anton. "Are you okay?" he asked. "Yes, of course. I've never been happier." "You mean without being on a horse?" he said with a grin. "No, honestly, I've never been this happy. Since I've been at Darleigh Dale, I've realized that horses have always been my escape from life's difficulties. I feel so much more alive now, like there's so much more to life." "Indeed there is." "Oh, I've said that all wrong. I adore my work with horses, but I hadn't realized there was a life as enjoyable to be had, as fulfilling alongside them." "I know what you mean. But you don't have gardening in your life to really excite you yet, Miss G." Tia held back from laughing at Anton's remark. She did not want to risk insulting him with a reply. He continued. "When did you learn to dance like that?" "Oh, in my last 2 years of high school. We had to put on a musical play for our final dance and drama exam. Me and Jack got the lead role. We created the choreography ourselves and practiced for months. I think I would need to rehearse it a couple of more times if I ever have to do it again." "I don't. You covered up your mishap remarkably well." "Oh? What mishap?" she said with an inquiring smile. She laughed at his comment, and he laughed at her attempt to pretend it never happened. In that moment she wished she could dance with Anton. She wondered if he had a talent for dancing with people partners, as he did with horses. "Ant! Oh, there you are," called Christie, walking towards them. "You've got some requests piling up on the turntables." "Okay," he said, walking towards the restaurant, abruptly leaving the conversation with Tia. Christie turned and followed him. He turned and walked back to Tia. "Forgive me, Tia. We'll talk another time." Tia was happy that Anton apologized. She was beginning to feel rejected and unimportant, despite the earlier compliments from the family. Anton's thoughtful manners made her feel important again, more important than Christie in that moment. She sensed that Anton was irritated by Christie. She would have loved to have continued the conversation with him, although she knew he would be returning to his DJ duties shortly anyway. She also sensed that Christie was becoming resentful of any contact between them, albeit that their contact was entirely platonic. Returning to the restaurant, Tia discovered that the requests were for Anton and Charlie to perform together. "Well, how about we finish up here and continue the party on the yacht?" Christie suggested. "She surely can't be suggesting that the party's finishing early, can she?" Tia thought, her heart deflating at the suggestion, making her feel undeserved again. "T, your call," Anton said. Trying hard to conceal her disappointment, she said, "Continuing the entertainment on the yacht would be wonderful." She felt that she could hardly insist that they remain at the restaurant, when the Becketts had been so generous already. Under the circumstances, it was far from her call. The only option she had was to concede gracefully. Christie looked pleased with herself at what Tia considered to be shutting down her party. As they were leaving to board the boat, Christie linked Anton's arm, walking in front of Tia. Anton continued to look ahead, unlinking his arm to walk in single file across the gangplank, but, ever the gentleman, guiding Christie to walk in front of him. "Tia, would you play the keyboard?" asked Anton, picking up his guitar. "We'll keep it simple." "Yes, okay, I'll certainly give it a go, if I know the songs," Tia said nervously. Charlie took up his position on the drums. They agreed a set between them, and Anton gave Tia a music book to play from. They decided to change the mood, having switched to the ambience of yachting by moonlight and required the guests to be seated for their safety. They settled on several ballads. "There is a blanket underneath each seat. Do wrap yourselves up for the journey back," Anton announced, picking up a blanket and wrapping it around Tia. "This song is by Michael McElroy," announced Charlie, as Anton played several chords before beginning to soulfully sing. "Through the loneliness of a crowded room, I've searched for peace, I've searched for you. With each song I seek a clue that takes me closer to the perfect in you." As the song continued, the trio performed seamlessly together. Each guest was wrapped in a checked woolen blanket, hushed in cosy comfort. Tia felt proud as they applauded them enthusiastically after each song. As they docked, Anton began to play a beautiful, mournful guitar solo to introduce the traditional Celtic song that marked the end of a gathering among friends. "This is the parting glass," Anton announced, quietly setting the scene. He had stopped playing guitar to sing the first verse purposefully, powerfully, pausing for emphasis as his voice lamented, raised, and lowered to the notes. "Of all the money that e'er I had, I spent it in good company, and all the harm I've ever done, alas, it was to none but me, and all I've done for want of wit, to memory now I can't recall, so fill to me the parting glass, good night and joy be with you all." As he began to sing the next verse, he started strumming quietly again on his guitar. "Oh, if I had money enough to spend, and leisure time to sit a while, there is a fair maid in this town, and she surely has my heart beguiled. Her rosy cheeks, her ruby lips, I own she has my heart enthralled. So fill to me the parting glass, good night and joy be with you all. Of all the comrades that e'er I had, they're sorry for my going away, and of all the sweethearts that e'er I've had, they would wish me one more day to stay. But since it falls unto my lot that I should rise and that you should not, I'll gently rise and softly call, good night and joy be with you all. So fill to me the parting glass, and drink a health, whate'er befalls, and gently rise and softly call, good night and joy be with you all. Good night and joy be with you all." The guests were visibly moved, except Christie, who smiled at Anton throughout. Tia was tearful at the sound of Anton's soulful voice. It took her by surprise, as the song was not on their playlist. It was haunting. It made her long to remain on that beautiful yacht, with her friends, old and new. Thinking of leaving them made her feel acutely lonely. The guests stood up and applauded loudly. Anton reached over to Tia and put an arm around her. "Come on, don't cry on your birthday, Miss G," he whispered to her, wrapping her blanket more closely around her. "I've never heard such a beautiful song, sung so passionately," she said, drying her eyes. "I've enjoyed this evening so much. I want it to last forever." "Good," said Anton, momentarily squeezing her a little more tightly. Chapter 14. Scarred. Tia awoke the next morning, fed the horses, and lit the wood burner in the staff room. Lula was soon scratching at the door to get in at the sofas. Tia wondered how Lula knew the exact time to make her way down from the hall to the staff room. It was a cold and misty morning. Tia shivered and went back upstairs to light the fire in her lounge. She made a coffee and some toast and lay on the sofa to bask in the memories of her fabulous birthday party. She was overjoyed. Her heart felt like it was going to burst. Anton had suggested that they ride the horses out around the estate that day. It was the first time she would be riding Painter out with Phoebe. Perhaps they would jump some fallen logs on the ground. She had begun to rerun the events of the previous night in her mind. She could never have imagined feeling so special, so moved, so happy. The flowers were a magnificent display on her dining table. Big, bold pink lilies, blue delphiniums, soft orange tiger lilies, red and bright orange zinnias with contrasting spiky green foliage and delicate white statice. She would bring them to the staff room for everyone to enjoy. She lay back and opened the birthday card that accompanied the flowers to read the messages, beginning from the left and working her way down to the last message on the right. "Behind the green sofa," it stated, followed by the letter A, underlined with an X. Intrigued, she jumped up and returned to the staff room, looking behind the sofa to find a brightly wrapped parcel. Inside was a large glazed and framed watercolour painting of her jumping Painter over the bright red wall made of blocks, a scene from the first time she competed him. It was truly stunning. She was ecstatic with her wonderfully exquisite gift. It had to be from Anton. Once again she became tearful. She wanted to hang the picture in the staff room, but thought it best not to provide Christie with any cues that would trigger further resentment. The situation was fraught enough between them. Returning upstairs with her treasured gift, she lay deep into the sofa, onto a cushion underneath her head. She had a lot of basking to do. The party, the dance with Jack, the snippets of conversation with Anton before being interrupted by Christie, who appeared to have staked her claim on him, the singing, Anton's final song about a local fair maid that had beguiled him. Who was he referring to? Or was it just a favourite song of his to sing at the end of parties? She jumped off the sofa to inspect the painting. Who was the artist? She inspected the illegible signature on the painting, then the card, searching for a clue. The elaborate A looked similar to that on the card etched by Anton. She was taken aback at the enormous care he had taken to create a beautifully detailed personalised painting for her. The likenesses of horse and rider were astounding, considering Painter's markings were so intricate. She was deeply flattered at this wondrously thoughtful gift. She would treasure it forever and ever. She lay back down on the sofa for a long think, until it was time to get the horses ready for their ride. Half an hour later, she heard Anton's purposeful footsteps entering the stables. "Hello, Miss G. Ah, you've already tacked up both horses." "Hello. Yes, we're all good to go. I absolutely adore the painting. I got such a wonderful surprise when I unwrapped it. Thank you so much." "The pleasure is all mine. I knew you would appreciate something to remind you of the love of your life." He flashed her a cheeky grin. Tia quickly picked up the double meaning, but gave him the benefit of the doubt. "Well, of course. It must have taken such a lot of work. You've really captured the essence of Painter's expression." "I'm delighted that you like it so much." Tia wanted to say that it was the best gift she'd ever received, but out of respect for her parents she decided not to. "I really, really do. I would treasure it forever." She then wanted to ask for one of her and Phoebe, but considered it would undermine the sentiment behind the gift and spoil the moment. Instead, she hugged him quickly and turned away for him to continue preparing for their ride out. Anton greeted Phoebe and took her out of the stable. "Let's get going. I thought we would do an hour-long ride towards Arndale Oaks and come back via Crooked Thatch Lane." "Sounds amazing. You can ride in front, so she learns to take the lead, if you like." "Good plan. Shall we?" he said, gesturing towards the door and waiting for her to exit first, so she could use the mounting block before him. As both horses stood quietly for the final checks, Tia said, "Come on, Painter. You're Phoebe's wingman for the next hour, so make sure she doesn't lose her confidence." Anton, already in front of her by the time she had finished speaking, looked around with a fake frown, as if his competence were in question. Then, smiling together, they set off down the crunchy gravel driveway towards the meadows. Tia felt a surge of exhilaration at the sight of Anton riding her horse, and herself riding Anton's talented young horse. They headed off in walk for 10 minutes as a warm-up, then gently trotted along the scenic paths of the estate. The autumnal breeze carried their laughter as they recalled Tia's dance mishap, strongly denied by her. The horses were calm and responsive. The leaves had changed colour. The scenery was a magnificent display of varying shades of red and orange. Tia sensed that they had both developed a special friendship, bonded by their love of horses, two very special horses. She felt very proud that Anton had taken an interest in her rescue horse, so much so that he was devoting his time to her training. She wondered if he would still be interested in her if it was not for his interest in Phoebe. She lacked the experience to know where moving closer to her began and where a naturally kind gesture ended. She had appreciated the brief hugs, the birthday peck on the cheek, the thoughtful picture gift. He seemed to always create emotional distance by referring to her as Miss G when they were alone, but using her first name, shortened to T, when others were around. She cherished their working relationship. She did not want anything to jeopardize it. She reminded herself that her career plans came first, but acknowledged that the Becketts played a substantial role in the smooth transit of her career in the foreseeable future. After all, Christie had set her sights on Anton, so he may well be romantically occupied for the future. Even if he were to flirt with her, she would have to resist. As they continued their ride across the estate, they approached an open stretch of uphill land, a perfect space to let the horses canter. Anton turned round to Tia behind him and said, "This is a safe spot for a taste of freedom. Are you ready to canter?" Tia's heart raced. "I'm ready." She knew they would be stopping at the top of the hill. With a nod of agreement, Anton and Tia urged their horses into a rhythmic trot, gradually building momentum as they turned to ride up the hill. Both horses' ears flicked forwards and up. With a gentle squeeze of the leg and a soft voice cue from Anton, the horses began to canter. Both gracefully lengthened their stride and glided into the canter effortlessly, their riders moving to a 2-point seat, out of the saddle, finding a steady rhythm. "I won't let her gallop," Anton said. "I want to see if she will come back to me on request today." "Okay, I'll keep Painter at a steady pace so that he doesn't encourage her." "There's a tall hedge at the top, so she'll have no choice but to pull up." They cantered through the open expanse with a cool autumn wind on their faces, the thumping rhythm of the horses' hoofs landing on the soft turf in synchrony. "Easy, Phoebes," Anton said as they approached the summit. Phoebe slowed on cue. "I'd say she's ready for a couple of logs now. Let's go through the edge of the woods. I've cut a couple for her in there." "Lovely! Let's see if she wants to become an eventer." They entered the woods and Anton began to trot. "The first one is just about 100 meters ahead of us. You can either jump it or give it a swerve." "I'll see what Painter wants to do," Tia said, knowing he would follow Phoebe's lead. Phoebe picked up a steady canter and jumped the log. 6 strides later came the next log, and the next. Painter duly followed. "Well, that was a resounding success. I'll turn her and we'll go again. She might be faster going the other way," Anton said. Phoebe kept the same pace over the jumps and slowed toward her down to a halt. Painter did the same. "Oh, what impressive horses!" Tia said, stroking Painter repeatedly on the neck. She loves her work, no matter what she's asked to do, because it's so easy for her. "What do you see her doing next?" "Well, we have to assume she's late to her career, so the choices are limited. I think show jumping training is best for her, as she's so talented at it. Perhaps dressage and some combined training competitions. What do you think?" "I agree. She needs more fitness work so she can gradually work her way through the ranks and see how far she wants to go. I know it's early days, but she really is a super mare. I'll get to work on her serious schooling on Tuesday. She can have a day off tomorrow and some body work for doing a bit extra today. Painter will get some too." "I can get more involved with her on a daily basis now," Anton began. "The landscaping is done for this year, and my studio work can be done in the evenings. I think it's time to get her vetted and make sure she is structurally sound enough to make progress. just in case we've missed something. Of course. She deserves the best of care after what she's been through. They turned the horses out after the ride. Both horses dropped to the ground to roll just inside the gate, and both exactly at the same time. They were wearing light rugs. They're due for their winter clips next week. I'll put them down on the list for the salon treatment, Tia said. Phoebe's will move even better, no doubt. I will just do a bib clip for the first one, until she's working harder. Painter can have a trace. Good idea. She will think she's been turbo boosted. I will start short gallops with her, and some schooling to shape her up. We can make the jump courses a little more technical. Yes, and take her back to her happy place, competing with Painter. Looking forward to it. So is she. She'll be ready for some qualifiers soon. Let's get her registered and start earning some points on her card, perhaps even some prize money. Phoebe got up from the ground, shook herself, and walked over to Anton. Oh, Phoebe, you've come such a long way since I first got you. You've been such a sweetheart. Ditto. She does seem rather more attached to me, though. Sorry. I don't mind, as long as she's happy. Tia got all the clipping equipment together and began with Phoebe. She switched the clippers on to see her reaction. Phoebe turned away from her hay net to look at the clippers. She coolly turned her head back to the hay, rested a leg, exhaled, and began to eat the hay. Good. That's settled then. I'm going to start clipping now, okay? She began to clip the coat off the side of her neck. Phoebe had no issues with that. She clipped down to her shoulders, up to her throat, and down to her chest. Phoebe began to scrape her feet. Oh, come on, Phoebe. Another little bit to come off here, and I'm done. I don't want to leave it uneven compared with your other side. Phoebe would not stand still. One more try, and if you won't do it, I'll have to get Anton to hold you. Phoebe continued to object. Okay, I'll go for a coffee and then come back when you've forgotten all about it. Anton was training Painter with Ferdy in the sand arena. She buckled up her rug and went to the staff room. She could see that Anton was just finishing his session. He was walking Painter around to cool him down. She made extra mugs of coffee for Anton and Ferdy, sat down at the table and sighed. Horses could be ticklish in the chest region, but Phoebe was being particularly awkward. She had tried distracting her with food and scratches, but nothing had worked. It would be easier with another pair of hands, so she waited for Anton. How's Phoebes doing? Is she okay with being clipped? Anton said. Not quite. I think I need you to help me. I've got one more small area to do on her chest. Do you want to get it done before I sit down to a coffee? Yes, please, she said, getting up from the table. She had just about finished her coffee and could now get on with clipping Painter when he had completely cooled down. They could then both go out together. Anton plugged the clippers back into the socket, unbuckled Phoebe's rug at the front, glanced at the clip line and swooped right in with one sweep while Tia was distracting Phoebe with an ear massage. There, got it, he said, just as Phoebe began to scrape the floor. Amazing. That drama is over now, Phoebe. Now you can watch while Painter has his clip done. Anton was chatting to Ferdy in the staff room over their coffees while Tia was clipping Painter. When she had finished, she placed their heavy turnout rugs on them, ready for the outdoors. Ferdy called goodbye to her and Anton returned to the stables. I'll give you a hand to turn them out. That would be great, thank you. It's a bit windy for me to risk taking two together. They led both horses to the paddock. Tia was proud of how smart they looked. Phoebe looked particularly striking with her new hairdo, which made her look even more elegant. True to form, having had their halters removed, both horses buckled at their knees to lower themselves down for rolling in unison. With 8 legs in the air, they rolled to one side, then the other, and back again. I do love watching them roll, Anton said as Phoebe got up, shook her whole body, leaving the rug in place, walked closer to the gate, then buckled down onto the ground again, this time in a muddier spot. "Oh, Phoebe, no, really, you don't have to mess up your mane like that." "Clearly she does," Anton said, moving in closer to Phoebe, inspecting the bit he had clipped to make sure the line was straight. Phoebe was in mid-roll, balancing momentarily on her back with all four legs in the air, as if undecided which way to roll next. Anton frowned and moved in even closer. "No, it can't be," he muttered. "Can't be what?" "I'm not sure," Anton said, staring at Phoebe's chest. "I think I know why she didn't want to be clipped there." "Why?" asked Tia. "I need to be sure. I'll have to go back to the stables for a mirror. Would you mind putting her halter back on and holding her till I get back? Unclip her if she wants to get away with Painter, but he should stand quietly beside her." Phoebe rolled and got back up. Painter was standing quietly beside her. Tia put Phoebe's halter back on again. She was puzzled. Why did Anton need a mirror? What was wrong with her beloved horse that he could not tell her about? Anton soon returned with a hand mirror and a camera. He held the mirror under her chest. Straightening up, he breathed deeply and stroked Phoebe on the neck, reaching into his pocket for his camera. "I still need to get a closer look." He took a picture of her chest. "What's wrong with her?" asked Tia. "I need to know," she pleaded. She was now concerned at Anton not telling her, but he was clearly distracted. "You can let her go now. I need to take a look at this. We can go back now." Tia did not pursue her inquiry, but was becoming concerned. "Would you mind if I went to the house before coming back to the stables?" "No, not at all," said Tia, with tears in her eyes. "It's nothing to worry about. I'll be over in a few minutes." "Okay, I'll start sweeping up the clippings." Anton returned a few minutes later with Jeremy and Nicole. Tia was surprised to see them all. "Tia, come and sit down in the staff room," Jeremy said. By this time, Anton was anxious. "What's wrong with my horse?" Tia was also now anxious. "She may not be your horse," Jeremy said quietly. Tia began to cry. "What do you mean? I'm not going to lose her, am I?" Anton reached over to her and momentarily put his hand on her shoulder. "Technically, no. Well, maybe. We're not sure," Jeremy said. "Tell me what's happened, please." "We are fairly sure that Phoebe is Anton's missing foal," Jeremy said, breaking into a joyful smile. Tia looked at Anton. He had dropped his head onto his arms that were folded on the table. He was breathing deeply. He was avoiding eye contact with her at that moment. He appeared to be in shock. Tia did not know what to say or do. After a few seconds, she began to cry. This time, they were happy tears. "I'll be back later," Anton said, leaving the table abruptly. He began to make his way up to the cross-country jump fence at the top of the hill. "Shall I get her in?" Tia said. "Not yet, thank you, Tia. Let Anton do what he feels he needs to do," Nicole said gently. "I expect he's overwhelmed right now. I would think he may want to bring her in himself later, but let's let him decide. Come up to the house for supper later. We'll explain everything when we've had a chance to take it all in. If indeed there is anything to take in. We're still not quite certain." "I'm certain," Tia said. "Phoebe settled in here exceptionally quickly and has been very close to Anton ever since. There isn't anything she won't do for him. I truly hope that she is the missing foal." "You're so very kind and understanding, Tia," Jeremy said. "Now take a break for the afternoon, and we'll see you later at the hall, say by 7. If you need us in the meantime, just call, won't you?" Nicole said empathically, gently touching her on the back as she left. "Now be sure to take it easy for a while." "Yes," Just call, Jeremy said, getting up to leave. Tia finished sweeping the clippings off the floor and felt grateful for Nicole's suggestion that she take time for herself. She went upstairs and ran a bath. She urgently needed the time to process what had just happened. While she was waiting for the bath to run, she looked out the window. She could see Anton sitting against the jump fence at the top of the hill. He had his knees bent and was resting his head on them, staring across into the paddock that Phoebe was in. She moved away from the window, mentally giving him space. She wanted to bring him a coffee, but her wise Italian grandmother warned her never to disturb a man while he was in his cave, on the grounds that it was pointless. They would be in no mood to listen. She would soak in her bath and consider the events of the past half an hour. By the time she got out of the bath, she looked out of the window again, and Anton was making his way over to Phoebe, who was walking towards him. He stroked her neck, and he appeared to be talking to her. Phoebe was nuzzling his jacket. Tia watched the emotional reunion unfold with a mix of awe and gratitude. She had played a part in reuniting a man with his cherished companion, a bond that had endured despite the years of separation. In that moment she felt a profound sense of purpose, feeling that she must have been specially chosen to rescue this horse and bring her back home. She began to smile, having decided that it would turn out to be an incredibly happy day for Anton, after all. As for Phoebe, she was at least forever safe, and that's all she had ever wanted for her, even if it meant giving her back to her rightful owner. Chapter 15. Propositioned. Tia, come on in, said Anton, welcoming her into the hall and wrapping his arms around her as if she were an old friend. It felt like a properly soppy big bear hug to Tia. Thank you, Anton. He held on to her. He smelt expensive, neither too much nor too little cologne. He felt warm. She could feel the texture of his muscle tone and the vibration of his deep voice as she lay her head on his broad chest. It's definitely her. Apart from the scar on her chest, she has hoof striping that matches, he said quietly. I hope I didn't alarm you too much earlier, although it's an alarming situation. I was in shock. I never thought I'd see her again. I could hardly think straight. Snuggling down deeper into the hug, she said, I'm delighted that your long-lost friend is back home. She loves you very much. He was not letting go of her just yet. She wanted to rejoice with him, but there was a measure of sadness that she was going to lose her beautiful, magnificently talented horse. She quickly reverted to reflecting on the reason why she originally brought her to Darleigh Dale Hall. It was for Phoebe's sake, not her own. She did not even know if she would live long enough for her magnificence to shine through once more, but she could not walk away without trying to help her. Thank you, Tia. You're an angel. Apologies for being a bit gushy about all this. The champagne has been flowing today. I'm really happy, but... After about 30 seconds, he let her go, guiding her into the dining room where the family were seated. They all stood up to greet her. Tia looked at him. But what? Tia said, thinking something must be wrong. She's yours, but I... Anton started. Tia wanted him to finish his sentence, but she did not consider that she knew him well enough to ask probing questions. She would wait until he or his family were ready to talk about their plans. It's been such a perfect day. The cantering, the jumping. She was so happy, Tia said. Yes, it certainly was a heavenly day. We'll talk, Anton said quietly. Ah, it's our special guest of honour. Do sit down, Tia, Jeremy said, standing up and gesturing to her to sit at the dining table. Do forgive me if I slur my words tonight. I've had rather too much of the Scottish anaesthetic, he said, pointing to the glass of whisky on the table before picking it up. Jeremy was seated at the head of the table. Tia sat next to him, Nicole sat on his other side, and Anton sat next to Tia. His brother and sister were seated next in line to their mother. Tia was relieved that Anton was seated beside her because there was less opportunity to make any awkward eye contact. She remained puzzled about the situation. "Tia, what can I get you to drink?" Jeremy asked, waving his glass around as he stood up, using the opportunity to top it up. "I'd love a sparkling water, please, or any cold drink will be much appreciated." "Splash of lime cordial in it?" Jeremy asked her, topping up his glass. "Last one for me." "I very much doubt it," Nicole mumbled. "Lovely, thank you," Tia said. Jeremy poured the drinks from the bar at the end of the room. "Supper will be about 10 minutes," Nicole said. "So, where to start?" Jeremy said. "It's only fair to tell you the whole story." "I'll tell her," Anton said hesitantly. "I mentioned already that I had a wonderfully talented mare, that I had competed successfully up until I was 13, and that she had a foal, that she died while foaling. I had fallen ill with leukemia, and somehow the foal helped me through it all. She made me feel stronger. She was something to live for every day. You'll say I'm soft, but I felt like I had Prue back again, giving me strength to fight my illness. The foal was stolen when all of us were attending the hospital for my final chemotherapy session. I was heartbroken, but I believed she would be found and I'd get her back. I didn't ride for another couple of years, and then I got Blue. He was fabulous, but he couldn't replace Prue or the foal." "I'm so sorry, Anton," Tia said tearfully. "I can't understand why anyone would be so heartless." "The first time I rode Phoebe, it was amazing. As I told you, she almost had me convinced that she may be related to Prue, but I never had any idea that she could be her foal, even though her age tallies with the time she disappeared. When you were clipping her, she was sensitive because that's where her scar is. That's how I know she's the foal. The vet made images of the scar tissue, and we used those to compare with the scar Phoebe has. Mark has confirmed that he is as certain as he can be that the old and new images are from the same horse. So I need to discuss this with you because you bought her in good faith, and although we don't have to make any decisions right now, I'd like to resume ownership of her. You would still be in her life, of course, but we all feel as a family that it's important to reach an agreement that you and us would be happy with. If you want to get legal advice, we are more than happy to bear the cost. First and foremost, we would not want to do anything to upset you in any way." "Well, I've always said that she's bonded with you, more so than me. Most days she makes me feel like a diva's servant," laughed Tia. "I love her dearly, and she's been a joy to work with, but now she's not mine, and under the circumstances, you have every right to claim her," she said magnanimously. "That's so kind of you, Tia," Anton said decisively. "I understand how very special she is to you and how hard you've worked to get her back to full health. I know you are the last people on earth that would let her come to any harm. I doubt if I have any legal claim to her anyway. It's a difficult situation, but, as I said, nothing has to change immediately. I'd just like to get your perspective on this in terms of what might work for you. We haven't even decided yet whether to go to the police and get the case reopened. We won't do anything to risk having her taken away again, just in case someone else puts a claim on her and it gets complicated and she is taken away pending a legal decision. She's a very valuable sport horse." "Then don't," Tia said. "Phoebe's well-being comes first. Nobody needs to know her history. It's important to me that her future is never jeopardized. When I first saw her in that dealer's yard—" She began to cry. Anton put his arm around her. "I'm so sorry. I should be feeling happy that she's back where she belongs after all these years. It wouldn't be so bad if they'd taken care of her. She was so horribly neglected. and all I wanted when I saw her was to make up for all her suffering." "You certainly succeeded there," Anton said. "And you promised to support me the day she arrived here, and I couldn't have done it without you." "Well, someone had to," Anton said. "What was her original name?" "Rush," said Anton. "Short for Russian doll." "Are you going to change it back again?" Tia asked. "No, for several good reasons. It's in her best interests to keep her identity secret for now." "Oh, of course." "Here's dinner," Annalise said, placing the serving dishes on the table. "I'm afraid it's a Chinese takeaway tonight. You probably saw it arriving in the distance when you left the stables," Jeremy said. "That's absolutely fine with me. I love Chinese food," Tia said. "We're jazzing it up in the Royal Doulton in the hope that it will look homemade. It's the same as decanting a cheap wine in the family crystal, as some of them can be rather deserving. I see the sweet and sour sauce is presented in a porcelain jug. Prawn cracker, anyone? They can usually be found in the Meissen soup tureen." They all laughed. "We are rather disappointing, aren't we?" Nicole said. "I do apologize for my father," Anton said, grinning. "He's from common stock and unfortunately very proud of it, so you could see or hear anything in this house." "Indeed you could," Jeremy agreed. "That's what makes us so popular with our friends. They all blame the relatively new money, but fortunately it did not keep us out of Eton." Jeremy passed the first dish to Tia, who spooned out some special fried rice with an ornate porcelain mini ladle. "We understand what it's like to be underprivileged, in a privileged kind of way," he said. "All class with all of the assets nailed firmly to the walls," Annalise said, laughing. Tom said, "Some of those paintings were the epitome of bad taste, and we longed to cash them in so that some other unfortunate family could enjoy them as much as we could not." They all laughed again. "If only I'd been kept out of Eton," Anton said. "It was all far too posh for me, after having experienced the delights of Chinese takeaway binge cuisine." "This family could banter the hind legs off a donkey," Tia thought. She adored their highly engaging, witty chatter, and how close they were as a family. The meal was very high quality, exquisitely prepared and presented. It was easy to appreciate how much effort had been put into it. By the end of the meal, Tia felt more and more like the family's equal, a heroine who had reunited them with their beloved family member, Rush. She liked that name. "How about you, Tia?" asked Jeremy. "Do you have any family oddities to share with us?" "Yes, plenty. Same here, except for Eton. All rather Monty Python, living in a shoebox beside the motorway, that sort of thing. Not enough wall space for fine art. Surprisingly, so far it doesn't seem to have done us any lasting harm." Tia figured that if this family were not ashamed of their backgrounds, then why should she be? Her background was just a fact of life, nothing she could choose nor change. "How charming! Monty Python, my favourite," Anton said. Tia was smiling. She now felt completely at ease with this close-knit family. They were such kind, genuine, down-to-earth people. She had not meant to be in any way disrespectful of her family's circumstances, but she felt disappointed that they could not have been as engaging as the Beckets were towards her. Her family had nevertheless somehow indirectly helped her to become the bright young horsewoman that she was proving to be. It was just such a pity that they showed so little interest in her progression. "Tia, I'm going to be rather vulgar now and talk remuneration, compensation, whatever you want to call it," Jeremy began. "What we had in mind, and you don't have to make any hasty decisions until you've taken legal advice. What we've been discussing today is, in recognition of our gratitude for the massive part you've played in finally getting us closure on this awful situation, we'd like to make you an offer." Tia frowned. From her point of view, no offers were needed. No negotiations. The Beckets must have their stolen horse back. Phoebe's well-being was not in jeopardy by being returned to their ownership, and Anton was the perfect rider for her, so there was nothing for her to do but relinquish her ownership. They had covered her expenses since she'd arrived. She would only be out of pocket for the purchase price, but considered that the family had repaid her many times over with their generosity during the time she'd been there. We know that you think the world of her, and firmly believe that without your involvement, your kindness and dedication, we would never have seen her ever again, and her future was highly uncertain, Jeremy began. We are overjoyed at what you've done for this family, and we would like you to consider accepting the old barn and 5 acres sited beside the road to Haslingham in exchange for letting her stay here for the rest of her life under Anton's ownership. But you don't have to decide now. It's just that we want to let you know where we stand on this. Tia was astonished. Her imagination flashed to the vision of setting up her own equine rehabilitation property. A home for life with stables and paddocks, but she thought the offer was much too generous, considering that she was not Phoebe's rightful owner. It was, however, an offer she was highly unlikely to ever be made again. Anton was looking down. She could hear him breathing slowly and deeply, as if unsure how she would respond. No, Tia said. Anton exhaled audibly. I can't accept your offer. Oh, said Jeremy. Perhaps we can come to another arrangement. We would love to have a foal from her, if you would agree to that. No. I mean, of course I would. That would be wonderful. The barn and paddocks would certainly make my dreams of owning a rehab facility and working from home come true. It would set me up for life, but it doesn't seem right to exchange a property for a horse to be able to do that, especially a horse that I don't even truly own. Anton slowly turned to look at her, but said nothing. Not at all. You mustn't think of it that way. Anton would get the property back when you're married, Jeremy said cheerfully, looking around the table for a reaction to his outrageous suggestion. Nobody laughed. Tia blushed. She could not look at Anton, even though she could feel his breath against her hand. She did not know what to say, so she smiled, treating it like the harmless, light-hearted comment that it was intended to be. That's very thoughtful of you, Jeremy. But do I get a say in this? Tia said precociously. After a short pause, everyone laughed, as if with relief that Jeremy's remark had been taken in good spirits. You have all the say, Anton said. Forgive me, Tia. I was only teasing, Jeremy said. I did tell you that you could see or hear anything in this house, Anton said. Tia smiled, hoping the conversation would move on quickly. You did look rather irresistible in those wedding dresses, though. Keep the faith, Anton continued, smirking. Tia could not help but laugh at Anton's flirty remark. She sipped her drink to hide her blush. That's my boy, Jeremy said. He knows a quality filly when he sees one. Tia spluttered on her drink, laughing. This family's comic timing was pure gold. I can only apologise for these boys, Tia. I've tried my best to beat some manners and decorum into them, but nothing seems to have worked yet, Nicole said, feigning despair. Leave me out of this, Tom said. Annie, you'll vouch for our usual good manners, won't you? No, said Annalise dryly. They all laughed. Everyone was happy. The stolen foal was back home after almost a decade. That was all that mattered to Tia, who sensed that the Beckets did not want her to be upset about the events of the day. They were just being kind. They could easily have claimed Phoebe without even considering her feelings, but they did not. Let's sit in the drawing room, Anton said. Tea, can I get you a top-up? Yes, please, Anton. I'm so tempted to make some inquiries. About the theft? It's difficult to know whether to let sleeping dogs lie. What advantage would be gained in reopening the criminal case? Anton asked. They all moved to the drawing room. Anton sat on an armchair opposite Tia. Annalise sat next to Tia on the sofa, and Jeremy sat with Nicole on the other sofa. Tom sat in the remaining armchair. "Do you have any idea who could have stolen her?" Tia asked. "Only that they had to have inside information to get her out of here. There were no cameras covering the area she went missing from," Nicole said. "Someone you knew?" Tia asked. "That's what the police suggested," Jeremy said. "Well, that's a start. How about if I made a casual inquiry with the dealer? He might tell me more about her previous home." "That sounds credible," Anton said. "He's not going to know that she's competing, because it's not me who's out with her. I could pretend I'm putting her out on loan, and that the new rider would like to know more about her before taking her on for training." "Yes, good idea to suggest she's being moved on. If we keep her true identity to ourselves, we can protect her," Jeremy agreed. "There must be no repercussions. Everyone who knows us is potentially a suspect." "It's surprising how small the horse world is. There are very few secrets," Tom said. "I hate the thought of any of our acquaintances being so spiteful as to steal a foal, but I really would like to know if there's someone in our midst that would do such a thing," Nicole said. "That's settled then. We say nothing to anybody about finding her again. Dig around and see what we can find out, and if any strong leads emerge, let the police take over," Jeremy said. "Agreed. I'll get on to the dealer tomorrow and see if he will put me in touch with the person who had her before him," Tia said. "He did say they were from overseas, though." "Well, I'm up for a trip to the Bahamas if there's one going," chirped Jeremy. Chapter 16. Serendipity. After several more weeks, Phoebe had progressed to affiliated competitions and had 3 wins, not having knocked a pole down either at home or while competing. Painter had joined her on each trip, and they were now competing together at the same level. Both had qualified for the regional show jumping festival in the spring. Anton and Tia were exercising them together in the countryside 3 times a week, and Ferdy was coaching them both twice a week. Tia had ownership of the old barn and land, and they agreed that Phoebe should never be sold or leave the family. Tia's dreams had all come true. She had been booked for another modelling job. She was looking at universities for the following year and would spend hours at a time sketching plans for her rehabilitation centre. She had become comfortable around Anton. They had a common goal, and Anton appeared friendly but not in any way romantic around her, which was unsurprising under the circumstances. Nothing had to interfere with competing the horses, and Tia was content with that. He was businesslike in his dealings with Tia. They would chat like old friends when they were travelling to competitions. Christy no longer accompanied them. Instead, she would make her own way there, after her morning stable duties were complete, and chat with friends at the ringside. Anton had a regular fan club cheering him on each time he competed. It was time to pay the dealer a visit. Anton opened the door of his new Land Rover Discovery for Tia. She loved it whenever he opened car doors for her, including the horsebox door. It made her feel so special. Having a car door opened for her seemed unnecessary, almost ridiculous, when she could push a fully laden wheelbarrow around at speed and do any other manual work involving the horses. Anton had consistently exquisite manners that made Tia feel attractive and feminine, but considered it an everyday habit for him. She had to be careful not to read too much into it. His father and brother had the same good manners. It was innocent, and not anything to get complicated about. There would be occasions when they got in each other's comfort zones, but it was all part of the day's business. She wondered if there were anything she did to make her appear attractive to Anton, but soon dismissed the thought. He was habitually charming towards everyone he met. At the dealer's yard they had agreed that it was best if Tia went in to see the dealer on her own, yet Anton still got out and opened the door for her. Tia smiled at how the lovely habit of a man opening a car door for a woman could at times appear excessive if the man got back in the car again, but she nevertheless did not refuse. She would find herself pondering on what he must be like to live with. Would he always insist on running baths and bringing slippers to his partner's side, or were the manners on show for when he was away from home? Mikey, I'm so glad I've caught you. I was passing today and I thought I'd drop in and ask you if you knew any more about the rescue horse I bought from you, Tia inquired, sitting down to join him at the picnic bench in the middle of the stable yard. It was a crisp, still, and sunny winter's day, where each breath exhaled was momentarily visible. A very good morning to you, young lady. Can I get you a hot drink on this cold morning? I often think about how that horse is getting on with you. I take it she's thriving. Yes, she is, I'm pleased to say. She survived. I've rebacked her and she's progressing well with her work. No lasting health issues, Tia said casually. That's good to hear. When I saw you walking through the gate, I thought I might have to get my checkbook out. Tia laughed. Thankfully not. She's very much alive. Ah, then you'll be delighted to hear that soon after I dropped her off to you, I was offered her young filly. You might want to have a look at her. Tia gasped before she remembered she had resolved to keep a poker face throughout her visit. Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to see her. She's not as skinny as her mother. Same story. They didn't offer her to me at the same time as they were going to keep her, but then they had to give up the yard due to the debts piling up, so they had no choice but to move her on. I offered them some fast cash, and here she is. I know someone who may be interested, but I'll take a look at her first. He's driving with me today, so I'll check to see if he's got time to nip in. Tia was doing very well to revert back to her casual demeanour, when what she felt compelled to do was bounce up and down at the thought of reuniting Phoebe with her foal and acquiring another lovely horse. She's in the pen where you saw her mother when she was here, Mikey said. As Tia turned the corner to the open barn, a beautiful young black sport horse quickly lifted her head from sniffing the straw bedding underfoot to look up at the visitors. The donkey who stood beside her looked matriarchal today. Name your price, Mikey, Tia thought, sensing that she was not going to be leaving this horse behind today either. Perhaps Mama Donkey could come too. It seemed a shame to separate them when the donkey probably got attached to a lot of horses, only to have them part from them each time they were sold. That's her, said Mikey. She's pretty, said Tia, attempting to play down her excitement and hoping it did not show as she leaned on the barrier, casually placing her foot on the bottom rail. Does she have papers? Tia was mindful that there were dealers who would say anything to make a sale. Yes, she does, said Mikey confidently. Tia was curious about the entry which would show Phoebe's breeding. So that means my mare was bred about 3 years ago. What was the stallion's name? Nordic Jetstream, the show jumper that was competed by Cornelius Campbell. The Campbells were the most well-known, successful show jumping family in England. The stallion had several big wins at Royal Oakfield, and one of his progeny had won gold at the Olympics. Tia wanted to know more about the hapless owner of the filly who did not seem to fully appreciate the quality horses they had. Perhaps this filly was worth a lot more money than Phoebe. Not that it would matter too much to the wealthy Beckets, who would almost certainly buy her at almost any price. Could I see her papers? Tia asked. I'm just curious about my mare's breeding, as she came to me with a replacement passport. She was grateful that the attention on the filly had meant she would not raise suspicion when inquiring about Phoebe's past. Of course, I'll go and get them, and if you would like to see if your fellow traveller is interested in her, you could nip out to them while I go to the office, said Mikey, appearing keen to make a sale. Okay, I'll see if he's got time, Tia said, returning to the car, knowing full well that Anton would undoubtedly stay there for a week if it meant adding to Phoebe's family. She hurried back to the car. You will never guess who Mikey has got for sale in his yard, if he's got his story correct, beamed Tia. No, who? Tell me. Phoebe's 2-year-old filly. She's for sale. He showed her to me, and I said I was driven here by someone who just might be interested. Tia said. Might be, Anton said, grinning widely. I'm trying to be casual to get Phoebe's history. It should be easy now, because we can legitimately ask whatever we like. Okay, lead the way. I'll keep up the pretense. Anton laughed. Oh, but what if she's stolen too? We can't let anything slip about Phoebe's history. Let's just act like a couple of window shoppers. Good idea, I can do that. Tia recalled that she was no stranger to gazing at goods she could not afford. Great to meet you, Mikey. I'm Anton. Anton had not been around the day he delivered Phoebe, so his identity was unknown to Mikey. You too, Anton. What do you think of her? Do you think you could find her a job? I wasn't really looking for a young horse, but these types are always good for putting in storage for a while until a job vacancy comes up. Tia could by now rely upon him to come up with a good story. I don't have a lot of time today, but could I see her moving? She's as sound as a pound. Mikey led the filly out of the pen to the sand arena. Lovely straight paces, easy loader, great traveller, from show jumping stock, very polite to handle as you can see, a proper Christian, as we say in the trade, just like her mother. Tia laughed at his sales banter. The filly skipped around the sand arena with poise and presence. She was exactly the same stamp as Phoebe, proud, elevated, and confident. Tia wanted to ask Mikey how he knew for sure that this was Phoebe's foal, but she remained patiently quiet. Can I see her papers? Anton asked, making no comment about the filly's dancing show. Yes, here. Mikey produced a passport. Looks like she might be worth a punt if my vet agrees. What's your lowest price on her, Mikey? Anton said nonchalantly, trying not to sound enthusiastically interested. 10,000 if you give me a deposit today. She's worth 20. How much is the donkey, Mikey? Tia said, quickly biting her lip at having interrupted the negotiation. Mikey threw his head back and laughed. Missy won't jump as high as this one. Yes, but they look like they're such good friends, Tia said, embarrassed at having spoken so out of turn. Why, oh, why couldn't I keep my mouth shut till a bit later? She scolded in silence. Here was Anton trying to buy his beloved horse's foal, and I just had to disrupt the negotiation. Anton had turned away and was smiling to himself. Tia had sensed that he wanted to laugh out loud at her childish faux pas. She was relieved that he had seen the humour in her ridiculous question, and the even more ridiculous response to it. A show-jumping donkey. How idiotic of her. To tell you the truth, Missy is actually worth much more to me. She's such a good nanny. She coddles every new horse that comes in here. The worst dragons of horses turn to lambs around her. In fact, the vet always asks her to be in when the green horses have to be vaccinated. Everyone adores Missy. She certainly has the look of a very experienced nurse, Tia said. Look, if I ever need to let her go, I'll give her to you. I can't be any fairer than that. I can be certain she would have a good home with you." "It's a deal," Tia said, imagining Missy in her rehabilitation centre calming the newcomers. She could not bear the thought of such a dear animal being disposed of without reward for all her charitable work over the years. "She's a good-looking filly. How sure are you that her passport is genuine?" Anton said, returning to the original topic. 110%. I've known the family for years. They are local. I was there the same day the filly was born. The mare was definitely the one I sold to this young lady here. Most of the others died. There's absolutely no mistaking her." Anton was looking at Phoebe's bloodlines on the passport. "Why had the mare and filly been sold?" Anton asked. Tia was pleased that Anton had taken over making the inquiries. She could now relax. "The mare was too spicy for their teenage daughter to handle, so they put her in foal and got another horse for her to ride. They then had 7 horses at the time, turned them all away for winter a couple of miles down the road, and never bothered with them again until the spring. As I was telling the young lady here, when she bought the mare off me, 4 of them died of starvation and cold. There was just the mare and filly, and a gelding found alive, and they weren't even sure if their best horse had survived, as all the others who died were mares." "Where did they get the mare from?" Anton asked. "From a sale way over the other side of North Wales. I believe she was only 6 when they got her. They told me she was an impulse buy while they were on holiday. Grew too strong for the daughter." Tia was sure they could now track the records from the auction to see the name of the owner who entered her in the sale. "Bullseye! No further inquiries needed for now," she thought. "I can give you £250 today as a deposit while I arrange a vetting. I would like her to have a blood test. As Tia here has the mare, it will prove her breeding and warrant her price. If that's acceptable to you, I can call him now, and he may be able to get here tomorrow." "Yes, of course. Get the vet to call me to arrange the visit, and we'll go from there. Here's my number." Tia and Anton returned to the car. They said nothing until they reached the next available parking space along the road. Then Anton parked the car, and they both began to whoop with joy. "I can't believe what just happened," Anton said. "You, Miss G, are a lucky charm." "What was on the passport?" The entry for Phoebe had the correct entry for the stallion, but an unknown Fordingham Flossie for the dam. Phoebe's dam was most definitely Lady Desdemona. The hoof markings were notated, so we can check those when we get the filly and the passport. "So we have proof that somebody tried to conceal Phoebe's true history?" "Almost. If the vet confirms that Phoebe is the mare, then the filly has enough quality to warrant her price. The stallion is terrific. The stud fee would have been close to what the dealer is asking for her." "I can't wait to see how Phoebe's going to react when she sees her foal again." "I never even thought of that," Anton said, calling the vet. "Let's just hope it is her foal. Then again, I suppose this one's going to cost me another $250,000 worth of finder's fee." "No, of course not. She's much younger. I won't take a penny less than $500,000, she teased. "I wish I had half of your business acumen, you wicked girl," laughed Anton. "It's your dad that's got the business acumen. He's sure you'll get 100% of your investment back from me one day," laughed Tia. Anton breathed as if in preparation to speak. Tia wanted to hear what he had to say, although part of her wished she had not been so presumptuous. He did not say anything. For someone so forward, he was very difficult to read at times. "Just kidding," Tia said. "The joy of having a ringside seat on this drama is enough for me." "You're all heart," said Anton. "I just love making horses happy," Tia said, blushing. "And people too, Miss G." Mark the vet made the visit to the dealer at 8 o'clock the next morning. Anton and Tia were sitting in the staff room with Christy when the call from him came through. Anton got up and left to take the call in private. Christy did not know about the filly. Tia got up from the table to make more coffee. Christy had left the room by the time she had turned round to ask if she wanted one. Later, when Anton was alone with Tia, he told her that the filly was found to be in good health and that the genetic test results would be confirmed the next day. Mark had noted from the filly's passport that Phoebe's dam was entered as unregistered and that Phoebe's original name had been changed. Anton told Mark that they had discovered she had been auctioned as a 6-year-old and that he was unsure whether or not to go to the police. Mark explained that horse theft is rare and that an organised ring was not operating in the area at the time, as far as he knew. He suggested that if he were in their shoes, he would think very carefully about the possibility of courting press attention, as they could lose control of the situation. He could not see any good coming of it if the case were never proven. It occurred to me after speaking to Mark that we had got the outcome that we wanted, even though it was a long time coming, Anton explained. You're highly likely to have found her foal too. Probably best to let the sleeping dog lie, or it might be stirred into a very unpleasant attack, given your celebrity status. That's what we thought. I'm not one for courting press attention. Dad does enough of that for all of us. At the moment, I just can't see what good would come of it either. Maybe the case will never be proven, but it could stir the sleeping dog into a nasty attack. If you continue to compete her and she does well nationally or even internationally, you might have some explaining to do. Until then, think of the harm it might do. Yes, let's leave it for now. I know I can trust you to keep a secret. Meet me at the hall at 6 and we'll talk some more when I've had a chance to tell Mum and Dad. When Tia had finished her day's work, she had a bath and made her way up to the hall. Come in, Tia, Jeremy said, squeezing her shoulder as he led her to the kitchen. You've done it again. I know, it's getting spooky, isn't it? Tia laughed. We're hoping the test shows that Phoebe is her mother, of course. We've had a chat about the situation. Anton is on his way up from home. His home, thought Tia. She had always assumed he lived with his family, as he'd never made reference to it in any of their conversations. She wondered which of the houses on the estate was his. We've been talking about the business with the auction, and we've decided to keep things as they are for now. You know, say nothing about Phoebe's true identity and keep her new name. She's doing so well at the moment, and, much as we'd love to solve the mystery, we wouldn't want to draw any unwanted attention to her or to the family. There will come a day when the time is right. I completely understand, and you can count on me to say nothing. At least you're a step closer to knowing the truth, although the auction may not even be able to confirm either way after all this time, Tia said. Good. Let's all just enjoy the good news and see what happens next, Jeremy said. Now tell me all about the show-jumping donkey. Oh no, not the donkey story, no, Tia silently cringed. Yes, it might just be me, but I know show-jumping potential when I see it, she replied. Incredible, just incredible. Sorry I'm late. I got caught on the landline, Anton said, hurrying into the kitchen and sitting down opposite Tia. I've explained to Tia that for now we will keep the auction lead to ourselves until the time is right, Jeremy said. Yes, I want to focus on competing for now, not drama, Anton said to Tia. Then let's go for it, Tia said. Ferdy is confident that if we keep up the good work, we could reach the Royal Oakfield National Show-Jumping Finals, Anton said. He's already had conversations with the Team GB talent spotters. And? Tia asked. And Dave and Phoebes have been spotted as the new rising stars on the circuit. I'm so excited, but I'll be out soon because there's no way I could tackle fences any higher. Yes, you can. Dave really looks after you. I'm happy to remain on terra firma. The horses are going to need me to be 100% fit for purpose. You've certainly got good odds on your side for top ranking, Jeremy said. It's not just about the horsepower. How so? Asked Anton. The horses are entirely in your ownership. That means there is no risk of them being sold abroad to the highest bidder, which is so often the case where there is third-party ownership and the horses become too valuable to refuse an offer on. Then all we have to do is make this happen, Tia said, like we've already been doing. It's you that's making it happen, Tia. I'm just a willing passenger. Chapter 17. Tactics. Anton, Tia and Ferdy sat around the staff room table discussing competition strategy. Ferdy suggested that they make no changes to the horses' schedules on the ground that everything they had done had been enough to get them this far. Increasing the horses' workloads might injure them, so if anything, they were to have more rest breaks instead. That meant more frequent rests while they were exercising and even higher quality days off. They were tempted to source higher level coaching, but Tia pointed out that they might want to work the horses harder and break them. They were going to be very selective with the shows they attended, only the best surfaces and jump builders. That would give them the best chance for the least effort from the horses. They would attend bigger shows but not compete, just to get the horses used to bigger crowds. Attention to every single detail was Tia's means of gaining the competitive edge. Ferdy's was to train for more precision over lower fences, and Anton's was to get himself even more physically fit. Mark the vet appeared at the door. Good morning, everyone. Anton, I need a quick word. Anton returned in a few minutes. We've got ourselves another exciting new horse to collect later, beamed Anton. Ferdy looked puzzled. I didn't tell you, Ferdy. Tia has managed to connect me with Phoebe's foal, a 2-year-old filly. Ferdy said, Now that is awesome news. I'm pleased to hear that this horse will not need any work for the foreseeable future. Nothing must distract you and Tia from the strategy. Shall I ask Handy Harry to put up another shelf for all the new trophies? Tia asked, smiling broadly while bouncing on the chair with excited anticipation. Would that be tempting fate and give us bad luck, do you think, Ferdy? Anton asked. No, not if you have the attitude of build it and they will come, Ferdy laughed. One last coffee before I dump the caffeine for a new, fitter me, Anton said, getting up to make them all a celebratory hot drink. Tia, this is in no way intended to offend. It's strictly for the purposes of performance improvement, but would you like to use the services of the conditioning coach that I hire? Count me in if it means the horses will benefit. Even if I don't compete, Painter, it will surely help with exercising him at home. Right, we're all fully on the case, Anton declared. They all clinked their coffee mugs together in allegiance. Anton led the filly off the ramp outside the stable block. Tia, Christy and George were there to greet her. She's stunning, George said. Oh, who's this? Christy asked. The new girl, Anton said, leading her behind the stable block to the isolation box where Phoebe stayed when she first arrived. Betty Boo is in the next stable waiting for her. She will keep her company while she's in isolation, Tia said. Betty Boo was Anton's talented jumping pony before he grew too big to ride her and changed up to riding horses. They had kept her for Annalise to ride, then retired her when it became too uncomfortable for her to be ridden. She was now nearly 29 years old and taught many a child to ride successfully over jumps before the Becketts acquired her. George, will you be in charge of taking sole care of the filly for next week, please? She's been vetted, but I'd rather she had her own butler, as she's come from a yard of horses coming and going from who knows where. Yes, of course, Anton. I'd be honoured, George said enthusiastically. You know the routine. Keep yourself away from the other horses and staff until she gets the all clear from the vet at the end of the week. Would you get a chance to disinfect the horse area of the horse box shortly? I'll do it right away if you move it around the back. Thank you very much, George. I need to go home and change out of these clothes as a precaution. You can go on home when the filly is settled for the night. Tia, would you be George's maid and bring him refreshments for the next week if you don't mind? We need to ban him from the staff room, just in case. Just shout if you need anything, George. I'll keep some surgical gloves with me at all times, Tia teased. She loved being part of Team Beckett. Every task would be executed with military precision now that the horses had to have the highest level of protection. She would treat them as if they were contenders for the Royal Oak Field. Why was Christie so disinterested in this beautiful young horse? She wondered. It made her feel uneasy, but she was unsure about what to do about it. Anton was soon back on the yard, looking as dashing as he always was to Tia, fresh from the shower and in a clean new outfit and boots. Rubbing his hands together, he announced, "Right, time for some serious work." "Aren't we always serious enough round here?" Christie asked sarcastically. "New horse, new routine," Tia interjected, glancing at Anton, hoping he would pick up on her cue for discretion. He did. "I'm hopping on the simulator for some serious precision work," he said, ending the conversation. As Anton transported the filly home, Tia presumed if Christie had any questions, she would direct them at him. In the meantime, she would tell her very little, but Christie's interest in the background of the new horse was making it very difficult to act normally around her. She would just have to keep busy and out of her way. By now, Phoebe and Painter were consistently and cleanly jumping 1.30 meters. They would have to reach a dizzy 1.50 meters to compete in the nationals. 20 centimeters didn't seem like very much higher to jump, except that the fences would be wider, with more jumping elements, twists, turns, and scary props around them. A rider would really have to understand the complexity of the course builder's reasoning. Too complex and no horse would jump clear. Too easy and they would all jump clear. The art was to design a course that would get about a third of them through to the jump-off. The last fence was always a challenge. Just when the rider thought they could relax at the end of the round, the horse would have a pole down, because the rider did something differently that the horse would pick up on. "Tia, breathe!" Ferdy would yell as Tia would become tense over 1.30 meters. "Let the horse do his job. You can't influence how he jumps once he has taken off. Only set him up before the jump." "I'll try again," Tia would say. "No, don't try. Do!" Ferdy would roar sternly. "You will both get hurt if you don't get perfectly fluent and stay with him." Although Tia found Ferdy's competition persona scary, she loved the opportunity to learn. Now that she was jumping higher than she had ever thought possible, she had to trust Ferdy's experience and directions. He was so right. Painter did not need any interference from his rider, but tensing up over the jumps was very difficult to control when in flight, some 3 meters in the air, with a base of just the knee and ankle joints for security and stability. "When you have perfected a single jump, we will slowly go back to a course of jumps," yelled Ferdy. "So you will master a single fence from all angles, then different types of singles, then doubles, then triples. Then I would let you jump a course again." Tia could see the logic in that and was happy to practice only single high jumps for now. It would be good for Painter too. The simulator had been reprogrammed to jump like the fence was 1.60 meters. It was not quite the same, since the movement was smoother than a real horse, but it was nevertheless an achievement to be able to remain stable and synchronous on. Ferdy added challenge by making the simulator jump at random, so that Tia would have only a split second to keep her balance. She had to practice being supremely synchronized. Ferdy also recorded the rein tension to check that she was not using the reins for stability. Every jump had to be perfectly executed so as to practice being the most independently stable and synchronized load for the horse they could possibly be. Anton jumped every fence Ferdy built for him. Ferdy rarely roared at Anton. Tia wondered if Ferdy might be different if he were jumping Painter. One day she found out. Ferdy and I think it would be good for you to jump Phoebe today, Anton announced. What? I'm not so sure. You make her look so easy. I'm not sure how she will perform with me, since her last rider was a girl who was scared of her. Just trust her. She really knows her job. Mares tend to look after their riders, as if they are protecting a foal. But, like many women, they won't tolerate being given orders, Anton teased. Well, if you're sure, I'm happy to have a go, but you must tell me to get straight off if I do anything that could ruin all your hard work. Are you riding Painter today, then? I wasn't planning to be, but now you mention it, don't let me do anything to ruin all your hard work, he laughed. Tia did not consider that even remotely possible. Painter had progressed to clearing 1.35 meter single upright fences with Tia. Ha! Don't think you are getting an easy session today, Anton, Ferdy said, sounding like he was looking forward to the challenge of testing Anton, who'd been jumping Phoebe at 1.40 meter. Anton, you are going first. Warm him up while I build the fence. You can have the wall at the same height that Tia can jump him at now. Take him down the jumping lane first. Can we switch the CCTV off then, just in case? In case of what? That you might find that Tia is a better rider than you? Yelled Ferdy, who seemed to become more animated the more unpredictable his directions became. I'm too much of a gentleman for that. If I fall off, it will be only in pretence, to make T look good, Anton said with a grin. Oh, come on, Anton, I don't need you to make me look good. Let the horses decide who's the best rider, said Tia, laughing. They are the ones jumping the fences, not us. Come on, Dave, this is war. Anton had not ridden Painter very much since he began riding Phoebe a couple of months previously. He cantered purposefully up to the first fence and cleared it with ease. It was as if they had never had a break from each other. That's good enough for a first attempt, Ferdy said. Tia, I will be kind and let you familiarize yourself with Phoebe for a few minutes before you jump. Walk, trot, and canter her while I lower the jump for you. Miss out the jumping lane. You're all heart, Ferdy, Tia said with playful sarcasm. Ferdy set a crosspole at 85 centimeters in the center. Come on, Phoebe, you can step over this, but you'll need to warn me when you are going to take off. Up into canter, that's a good lady. Tia now felt a new level of quality in Phoebe's movement. She was much more powerful, yet balanced and poised. She was attentive to Tia's commands. Tia immediately reduced her muscular tension and let her weight drop down into the saddle. It was a different saddle to that which she had ridden in before. It was fitted to Anton, but she nevertheless felt secure in it, if not familiar with the sensation it gave her. 1, 2, 3, and lift off, whispered Tia. Clear. That was actually quite nice, said Ferdy. You breathed. Once more. This time I want you to jump it at a slight angle. 1, 2, 3, and lift off, Tia whispered. Ah, I think Tia handles this horse better than you do, Anton, Ferdy said, smirking. Tia was sure that he was just boosting her confidence. There was no way she could ride her better than Anton. Oh, stop it, Ferdy, before it ends in tears. Don't upset Anton before the finals next month, Tia pretended. Whose idea was this? Said Anton dryly in jest. Mine. I want to make sure that Phoebe really does have the best rider next month. Tia, take her over the wall. Huh? Are you sure? Tia asked, frowning. You've had enough practice on the simulator. Do it before you get time to think about it. Just imagine it's the crosspole you've just jumped. That's a rather vast stretch of my imagination, she mumbled. Do not interfere with that mare. Just feel her rhythm. She will not refuse to jump it, no matter how you feel about it. Well, that's worth knowing, Tia said under her breath. 1, 2, 3, breathe, lift off, stay calm, crew prepare for landing. Tia's upper body pecked slightly on landing as she was not quite prepared for the drop of the fence. She needed the conditioning coach to focus on making her back even stronger. Super, Ferdy said. You ride much better when you are under pressure. That felt absolutely amazing, Tia said, giving Phoebe a gentle neck rub and scratch. She could now appreciate how very keen Anton was to acquire her foal, although there was no guarantee that the two horses would turn out exactly the same. Anton, I'm going to make you a triple jump at 1.30 m each element, Ferdy said. What is this, some kind of Chase Me Charlie pony club event? Anton asked. Or are you just trying your best to emasculate me in front of a young female staff member? Tia found that remark particularly funny, so she turned her head away to stifle her laugh. Anton brought Painter into the jump, but approached from as far back down the arena as possible to ensure that Painter had plenty of time to see what was ahead of him. He jumped perfectly. Okay, rest. That was good enough, Ferdy said, frugally. Tia, now dismount and take Painter over that triple, Ferdy said. No way! Yes, there is a way, and you will find it. Now go before you have time to argue about it. Tia liked Ferdy's tough love coaching style. If she could clear the 1.30 m triple with Painter, she could consider herself an advanced rider, at least for the night of dreaming to be had ahead of her. Breathe, breathe, 1, 2, 3, breathe, lift off, whispered Tia. Very well done, T, Anton said quietly as she cantered past him. We need to talk, Ferdy said. About me losing the ride on my horse, perchance, Anton said, feigning annoyance. Yes, if you want to put it that way. Tia has exceptional ability. Charming. Give it another 2 years and she'll have claimed all 3 of them in her bid for the World Equestrian Games and the Olympics, Anton joked. Or did he? Thought Tia. Tia began laughing. She was not taking Ferdy any more seriously than Anton was. Ferdy had gone from scolding her for not being good enough to suggesting that she might one day soon become an elite rider. The lesson today was to never take your horses for granted, Ferdy began. You must ride them like they are far more talented than you, because they are. And always know that, no matter how good you think you are, the horse always has the ability to take you to even more greatness, or to take you down if you lose control of your loading on their backs. Trust your horse to offer you greatness, because if you cannot match their greatness, you cannot succeed. They will acknowledge your greatness if you ride like you are always acknowledging theirs. Thank you so much, Ferdy. I felt that right down as far as every single one of my bones, Tia said excitedly. Exactly. That is what is meant by feel. He began to walk around the middle of the arena as if he were a Shakespearean actor soliloquizing. It is much more than just physical. It's an emotion that can be felt as strongly by the body as much as fear can be felt. It is the polar opposite of the feeling of fear. It is talent, and only the greatest of riders ever get the opportunity in their lifetime to feel it with their whole body. Chapter 18. Strategy. Tia snuggled into the sofa in her royal blue satin pyjamas with a large mug of hot chocolate after a long bubble bath. This was a special pamper session for a special day of feeling deep satisfaction with her achievements. The furious fire in the wood-burning stove danced and crackled in full flame. She was watching a video of her favourite feel-good equestrian film where a young unknown rider succeeds against all odds to win gold at the Olympics. Now she could identify for real with the leading role. She could feel the action right through to her bones. She closed her eyes and ran an imaginary video of the feeling that Ferdy and Phoebe gave her earlier that day. The feeling that anything was possible when riding a horse. Over and over, she recalled every moment of jumping Phoebe to make sure that she would remember how to replicate her performance over every single jump. She recalled how poor Phoebe had been stolen from the Beckets and gone on to be left in a field to die. How Phoebe was perhaps paying her back for reuniting her with Anton. She woke with a start. The fire had gone out. The film was over. It was just after midnight. She had been in a deep, anxious sleep and had woken in a panic. How was Anton really feeling about what Ferdy did? Was Ferdy serious about her competing Phoebe? How could she even consider it a possibility? In her joy of succeeding with jumping Phoebe, she had not considered that it was no laughing matter that Anton faced losing his beloved horse yet again. He had trained her so well that any experienced rider could have jumped that big combination fence on her today. Her performance was proof of his meticulous training. She was now torn between the opportunity to compete Phoebe, if it was for real, and ruining her good working relationship with the Beckets. The right thing to do was to refuse to ride Phoebe again. Anton was perfectly capable of taking her as far as it was possible for them both to go. Her focus was on her equine rehabilitation centre, and yes, it would be great PR for her to be a leading show jumper, but she had not even set up the business yet. That was several years away, after graduation and all the hard work that comes with that. She went to bed feeling at ease with the situation. When she entered the staff room for the mid-morning break, Anton and Ferdy were drinking coffee at the table. She resolved to have no expectations based on the outcome of her training session the day before. "Ah, sit down, Tia. Join us for a competition strategy discussion," Anton said. Tia's anxiety returned. "We had a long chat on the phone last night and we've come up with a revised plan," Ferdy said. "I was serious about you taking Phoebe on to aim for the Nationals." "I can't," Tia said, glancing across at Anton, who had just made eye contact with her. "Why?" asked Anton and Ferdy at the same time. "It just wouldn't feel right. I mean, Phoebe felt wonderfully effortless to ride yesterday, and I'm thrilled that I got the opportunity to feel that, but she's no longer my horse." "What if I told you that this is not about who gets the glory, but more about who is the lighter rider and the one least likely to risk her injuring herself if she made a mistake?" Anton said earnestly. Tia felt a sudden warm rush at Anton's selflessness. Was he being polite as always, putting his own feelings aside for the sake of others, or was he genuine? She felt uneasy at the thought that Phoebe might ever be injured in the pursuit of sport and human entertainment. Although sporting success had been a reason to ride her over jumps, it felt right as long as she was protected with careful preparation and was never coerced to perform. The entertainment appeared to be mutual. Nobody was forcing Phoebe to perform, and she appeared to get as much out of the partnership as Anton did. She had a secure home with every need catered for, and her welfare was paramount. That was a given. Having lost her once, Anton would never do anything to risk losing her again. Never, ever. "Keeping her safe feels like a massive responsibility for me. It really would be too much," Tia said. Look, I could keep her in bubble wrap in a stable to protect her from injury, but that would be no quality of life for her. She adores her jumping. I wouldn't stop her doing that for as long as she wanted to, Anton said. Here is the solution, Ferdy said. There is another qualifier coming up next month. Let's make no decision until you, Tia, have competed her in that qualifier. Then, if you don't succeed, we have our way forward. If, on the other hand, each of you has a ticket to the Nationals on Phoebe, one of you will have to withdraw. Then we can flip a coin so there is no arguments. Anton and Tia looked at each other and smiled. No arguments, Anton said. Just flip a coin and we will all compete happily ever after, Tia said. That's about the sum total of it, yes, Anton said. Of course, what will be in the plan is that you, Anton, will continue to train Phoebe, and you, Tia, will continue to train Painter, with Anton assisting, of course. You will then ride Painter in a different area qualifier, as well as Phoebe. That sounds like an excellent strategy, Anton said. Yes, boss versus groom. How much more entertaining could that get, beyond me losing my job for winning a national title, Tia said. Double jeopardy. I like that, Anton said, grinning. Besides, you'd have enough prize money to fund yourself for university, renovate that old barn, and move on anyway. True, Tia said. If you insist, count me in on your strategy, but I'm relying on both of you to let me know when I reach my limits. You reach your limits? That's a long way off, Anton said. Tia smiled, blushed, and looked down. In that moment she considered her life to be just perfect. It had both certainty of the security of her working future, yet the uncertainty of competitive challenge. She felt the warmth of being nurtured. As the horsebox ramp springs creaked towards the closed position, Tia's stomach churned with nervous excitement. Phoebe was loaded and ready for the day's activities. It was 7 o'clock on a crisp winter morning, and they had an hour-long journey to the competition venue. Ferdy jumped up into the cab beside her. Anton was preparing to drive. Tia inhaled deeply to calm her nerves and to absorb the sense of every moment of that experience. It was the first time Ferdy had accompanied them to a show. She felt important. She felt the pressure of Ferdy's presence. It must be serious if Ferdy was there. Was he there out of curiosity or to support her with encouragement? Good morning, Ferdy. To what do we owe the great privilege of having you travel with us today? Tia asked. Strategy, said Ferdy dryly. Oh, Tia said. Drama, Anton said. Oh no, Tia groaned, becoming worried as she remembered the heron in the water jump incident. Good drama, Ferdy said. If I didn't think you could pass this test of your skills and secure your place in the Nationals, I would still be in bed. Don't worry, T. The shortfall in beauty sleep won't affect us two handsome chaps, Anton said. Tia and Ferdy laughed. On arriving at the show, Tia saw that it was busier than usual. It must have been due to it being one of the last qualifiers before the Nationals. Anton had secured his place with Painter the previous weekend, jumping double clear with ease to win his place in the finals. Jumping was to take place indoors. It was always more challenging jumping indoors, although the course was unaffected by the weather conditions. Being enclosed in a more confined space added challenge. They would have to be exceptionally well balanced to make the turns. Phoebe's tempo and rhythm would have to be razor sharp to jump clear. The quality of Tia's strength and conditioning training would be tested throughout. Her trust in Phoebe would have to be stronger than ever. She wanted to enjoy the atmosphere as she reflected on the circumstances leading up to it. She wondered if every other successful rider got to the top with equal measures of luck and dedication. She felt that luck had made a massive contribution to getting her to where she was that day. The bell rang. Now in the ring, it's Tia Garcia riding Didi Bizarre, owned by Mr. Anton Beckett. The crowd applauded and cheered. Just feel the trust, T, Anton said quietly from the gallery as Tia trotted past him. Tia had become accustomed to that feeling from Phoebe since she first felt it from her. She had also learned how to feel it with Painter. Having walked the course with both Ferdy and Anton, she was feeling confident. They had provided her with very high-quality insights about the way the course had been designed. This jump was placed here to expose more distraction for the horse. That one was placed there to create more distraction for the rider. The water jump had been placed directly under a roof light to reflect on the water, and the planks had slightly uneven footing in front of them. What would worry Phoebe? Every likelihood about every jump had to be considered. The angles of each approach, allowing Phoebe enough time to see each jump so that she could make the best judgment about how to clear it. Tia had to guide her towards each jump with great precision. Even more importantly, she had to have enough brain space to keep the thread of trust unbroken throughout. There was absolutely no capacity for doubt or fear. All she had to do was ride like she was at home and make the crowd disappear. After the bell had sounded, she had 1 minute to approach the first fence. She was 6 to jump out of 30, and all 5 horses before her had at least 1 pole down. She had to extinguish any feeling of nervousness and tension in both herself and Phoebe, ensure that Phoebe got sufficient time to absorb the information gained from the obstacles that surrounded her, then switch to feed forward the strongest ever feeling of trust. In her mind, she would make each fence disappear and leave them to Phoebe to jump. She merely had to steer and balance to give her every possible chance of clearing them. She took a deep, relaxational breath and slowly exhaled. They approached the first jump. She could feel the power in Phoebe underneath her, flowing from each hoof as it made ground contact and surging through and over her back and neck. Clear. A wide oxer, double, was next. Clear. The wall. Clear. A tight turn into the water jump. Clear. The triple, with a large amount of foliage at each wing of the second element. Clear. Tia's trust in Phoebe felt like it was encased around her, as if it was some ethereal aura, following them over each jump, like a palpably warm breeze on a glorious day. She could feel tears and a massive burst of joy within her core. A high single jump with a solid filler and big yellow tractors on it. Clear. Just the gate and the highest oxer of the course to go. Phoebe put in an extra stride to the gate than Tia expected. Although the extra stride meant that Phoebe took an unexpectedly short, strong leap over the jump, she could do nothing more than to sit into the saddle, engaging her core by an additional 50% more than usual, so as to become as stable as she could to make it easier for Phoebe to carry her over the jump. Clear. The highest, widest fence on the course, placed in line and in full uninterrupted view of the exit, would complete the course. Tia had nothing to lose. Keep riding, keep trusting, stay tuned to Phoebe's rhythm and power. As they turned towards it, she felt a frightening surge of energy from Phoebe, as if it had reached from the base to the top and over the fence. The fear had somehow slowed down her thinking, and she felt as if Phoebe had spent much longer in the air. Trust. All Tia had to do was maintain control for a powerful landing. Trust. Clear. Recover on landing. Clear through the timing gate that marked the end of the course. The crowd applauded enthusiastically. As she cantered past Anton and Ferdy, they were standing and applauding. and a lady was patting Anton on the back. "Fantastic mare. Very well done, Anton," Tia heard her say. Tia was out of earshot, so did not catch Anton's response. She was elated with Phoebe's performance and gave her a hearty scratch on the neck before dismounting. Anton and Ferdy met her outside the arena. She was crying with joy and disbelief. "Go you! How does it feel?" Anton asked with a wide grin. "Heavenly! She's extreme." "You rode her satisfactorily," said Ferdy minimally. "Keep your emotions in check until you land from the last jump in the next round, since they are the emotions you will take home." "Quite right, Ferdy. I must stick to the strategy." "I'll walk Phoebe around outside," Anton said. "Ferdy, you stay with Tia at the ringside and keep a tally of the scores. See how many go through to the jump-off." There were just 5 competitors in the jump-off. Tia was third to go. The 2 horses before her had 4 faults each. Anton and Ferdy talked through the jump-off course with Tia. Ferdy told her that there were mostly only 2 options for approaching each jump, either very long or very short. She could be cautious and go for a clear round, and if the 2 horses jumping after her went clear, she may be slower and lose her place in the final. If she went for a fast time, she could accumulate faults. Those jumping after her had the advantage of seeing how the ones before them performed. "Then I'll choose the trickiest jumps to go short, the ones the others will not risk," Tia announced. "I think that's the best chance you have of winning. The triple is not the fence to gamble with." "Phoebe may need some fuel left in her tank for that," Anton said. "I will have to ride inside and not around the wall to get to the water jump to finish faster than the others. I will then cut the corner and approach the final jump from one stride after turning into it to make even more time." "That's very risky indeed, but I think Phoebe can manage that," Ferdy agreed. "At least it is only 2 jumps you are gambling with, not all 6. Tia trotted into the ring to loud applause. Phoebe was unfazed by the noisy crowd. The bell rang. She cantered once around the perimeter and approached the first fence. Phoebe refused. "No! Why, oh, why did she do that?" thought Tia. They would lose time. She would have to change her plan and shave more time off the round and hope that the others had faults. Tia took a deep breath, cantered a circle, and approached the first fence at an angle to save time getting to the next jump, the triple, the fence she pledged to take no chances with. First element, clear. Second element, clear. Third element. Phoebe gave the top pole a heavy knock-on landing. "No! Would it stay up?" She could not look. The crowd gasped. She felt a sudden strong flush of cold throughout her body. She had to stop herself from freezing. She had not been prepared for this to happen because Phoebe never had a fence down either for her or for Anton. Tia had been warned by Ferdy to focus ahead on each and every jump and not what had happened at previous jumps. There was nothing else she could do but continue and erase the sound of the pole from her memory. Phoebe had no idea that fallen poles impacted on what the trophy shelves were dressed in. She had never been in the staff room. It was down to Tia to remain unaffected so as to keep Phoebe's focus on jumping. Trust. She would trust stronger than she had ever done before. "Go, Phoebe! You are amazing!" she said as she curled Phoebe into the water jump. Clear. The gate. Clear. A short twist to the big, wide oxer, the penultimate fence of the last round. Clear. She had jumped it diagonally and now had to jump the final fence diagonally too. The wall, which was higher for the final round. Phoebe had to stretch much further over the jump to clear it at an angle. Tia felt that she had taken Phoebe to her limits. That's a very fast round for Tia Garcia and Didi Bizarre, owned by Anton Beckett, but a very unfortunate 3 faults, came the announcement. Will the competitors jump clear to take first and second place and a ticket to the Nationals? Tia felt nauseous. As she cantered past Anton and Ferdy, she saw that they were subdued as they applauded her. She felt that she had disappointed them with a refusal at the first fence. Your performance was exemplary, Ferdy said as Tia dismounted outside the arena, loosening the girth. Anton was running up the stirrup on the other side. Thank you, Ferdy, but I'm so disappointed for Phoebe that we didn't get through, Tia said, dejected. Listen, that refusal had absolutely nothing to do with you or Phoebe, Anton said. Did you hear the gunshot in the distance? Her attention was momentarily diverted away from the jump and towards the sound. She refused because she was protecting you from danger. No, I didn't hear it at all. I'll put it down to bad luck at the end of a very long run of good luck, Tia said. You're currently in 3rd place, and your time is going to be almost impossible to beat. It's not over yet. Anton led Phoebe outside to leave Tia free to stand at the ringside with Ferdy. What did Anton mean by it not being over yet? The course is turning out to be much tougher to ride than it looks. If these next 2 make mistakes, you could win this, Ferdy said. Tia's eyes widened. It was deeply gratifying to know that there was still a chance she could win. The next horse was clear to the last fence, but, having taken the same route to the wall as Tia, the horse clipped a section and it fell to the floor. Out. Tia was now in 2nd place. The last horse to jump only had to jump clear. They took a safe line into the triple, but the horse refused the 3rd element, as if they had approached it marginally too slow. Could they make up time on the course to beat Tia's time? They aimed at the gate diagonally to speed up the line to the final fence. Clip! It came down with a dull thud to the ground. Tia and Phoebe were the winners. Tia bounced vertically out of her ringside seat and jumped up and down. An unfortunate 7 faults for Jake Price and Iron Bridge, owned by Mr. and Mrs. Joseph Price, and a speedy win for Tia Garcia and Didi Bizarre, owned by Mr. Anton Beckett. After applauding the last rider, Tia hurried to Phoebe, with Ferdy close behind her. She flung her arms around Phoebe's neck and cried long and hard. Oh, Phoebe, I asked far too much of you, but you listened and gave me everything you had to give. Thank you so much for looking after me. I don't know how you got away with that incredibly risky tactic, Ferdy said. She could easily have refused and dumped you. I felt the power in every single muscle in her body. I trusted her with all my heart, and she just flew all the way home, as if her energy was swirling all around her. It's not a tactic I would have employed, but you gave the final 2 competitors no room for error, and they made errors. Superb sportsmanship, utterly superb. Ferdy was visibly thrilled with her performance. Tia blushed. Anton gave her a leg up. Oh, I got you this from the horse box. I had a feeling you would be needing it, Anton said, handing her a pocket mirror and a damp wipe. You're a bacon saver, Anton, Tia said, wiping black smears from under her eyes. Too late, the photographer has already captured your winning look. Tia laughed as she cantered off into the arena to collect her prize and bask in every moment of Phoebe's glory. She led the lap of honour with her 1st place rosette clipped to Phoebe's bridle, the tails flapping in rhythm to each canter stride. She would consider the magnitude of the potential consequences on the way back home. She was going to be competing head to head with Anton, and now it felt deeply unsettling to her. Chapter 19. Suspicion. Anton, I think someone is disturbing the horses. Tia had called Anton at 3 o'clock in the morning, having been awoken by the horses snorting and pawing the ground, as they did when Tia went down to them first thing in the morning. Keep your door locked and the lights out. Stay quiet. I'm leaving on my push bike. It was the night before they were due to set off for the Nationals. Anton had arranged for the horses to stay close to the venue overnight with friends of the Beckett family, the Marsdens, so that they could rest with them too. It was his idea to leave a day early so that all contingencies could be applied in good time before the competition, if needed. The Becketts had planned to arrive there for dinner to support at the competition. Anton, Tia, Ferdy and the horses were leaving soon after breakfast. Team Beckett had gathered together a crowd of supporters from their network. It was going to be quite the buzzing social occasion. Christy had declined the invitation to go. Tia saw Anton arriving by bicycle at the front of the stables. Had she just seen Christy leaving by the external door to the staff room next to the outdoor arena under her lounge window? She stood back from the window. She had dressed and was ready to go downstairs to meet Anton. She went back to the bedroom and opened the window to whisper to Anton that the suspect had just left by the back door. Anton walked around the back. A person was now heard swishing through the wet grass in Wellington boots away from the stables in the direction of South Lodge. Certain it was Christy, Anton quietly followed her, staying back from her view along the hedge line of the paddock. Tia watched from the lounge window. She could just make out both figures moving purposely in the moonlight. Anton returned 20 minutes later and went upstairs to Tia's apartment. That was Christy, he said. What was she doing here at this time of the night? She got a shock when I met her at the lodge door. She said she had left her bag behind. Why couldn't it wait till the morning? She said she needed a phone number for first thing in the morning and had left it in her bag in the staff room. Tia remained suspicious. I'm so sorry I disturbed you for nothing. Not at all. Any time, Anton reassured her. I'll see you in a couple of hours. Tia went back to bed. She remained puzzled at this very odd event. Tia was making coffee in the staff room when Anton returned in the morning. Have you got much more to do? No, I've just put the hay nets in the horses' stables and was just about to feed them. Tia always gave them hay before their meal, so that they did not expect to be fed the minute they saw her in the morning, and they had something to be going on with. I can do that, Anton said. Have you had breakfast? No, I was just about to make some toast. Put some extra on and I'll join you, Anton said as he left for the feed room. Tia paused and froze. No, wait, she called as Anton opened the feed room door. What's wrong? Use the feed from new bags, Tia said as she entered the feed room. Okay, are you being superstitious or something? I thought I heard some mice in here during the night. I want to be sure that the food Phoebe and Painter get today is completely fresh. As you wish, Anton said, following Tia's directions and breaking open the tops of the bags. Anton sat down and buttered his toast. What's on your mind, Miss G? Just lovely thoughts about this weekend. What's on your mind, Miss G? Repeated Anton. Tia sighed. I might be stupendously wrong, and it might be competition nerves and paranoia if that's a normal state to be in before such an important competition. But you don't trust Christie's motives for being here in the middle of the night? Tia looked awkward. I'm just so wound up about this competition that I might not even trust you at the moment. You're so very magnanimous, Miss G. Tia half smiled and took a deep breath and tried to explain. What do you need, Miss G? I need Mark to take blood samples from Phoebe and Painter, and I want their feeds that I made up last night tested too. Crikey. I will explain and apologise to Christie after the competition if I'm wrong, and I will hang my head in shame for as long as necessary, but I'm not 100% happy with her explanation as to why she would be lurking in the feed room in the middle of the night before we head off for a very important event. Then we will both hang our heads in shame together, if need be, because I'm going to indulge your female intuition and call Mark out before we go. I don't even care if it turns out that I'm a suspect too, but I want to put my mind at rest. Look, don't feel bad about asking. I would rather avert a doping scandal associated with this family than fling the doors open to one. Thank you, Anton. I really appreciate you doing this. You haven't lost your nerve, have you? I mean, all you need to do is withdraw if it doesn't feel right. You don't need to go to these extremes to get Phoebe disqualified. Tia laughed. No, do you really think I'm capable of that? How dare you, Mr. B? Nothing matters more to me at this point in time than these horses' reputations, even before yours. She was back in her usual light-hearted form. It's nice to know where I am in the pecking order, Miss G. I didn't know you cared. Oh, I don't, laughed Tia, thinking that her retort could not be much further from the truth. She adored him. He was so kind, considerate, and mature. He made her feel secure. She never felt uncomfortable around him, even when he was teasing her or pretending to hurt her feelings. He was protective of her. It was going to be an extraordinary weekend, whatever the outcome. When Mark had driven away, they loaded the horses into the horse box. Tia had already done everything that possibly needed to be done the day before. She had double-checked everything on her list. What was Mark doing here? Ferdy asked. Tia had a weird dream during the night, so she wanted Mark to check the horses before we left. Leaving nothing to chance, as usual, Ferdy said with a satisfied smile. Indeed, she's becoming quite the diva these days. I never know what she's going to demand next. Tia laughed. I'm a long way behind Phoebe for being a diva. They all laughed as the engine growled and they set off for the weekend. Are you absolutely sure you have everything? Ferdy teased. Don't make her fling herself out at the motorway services and empty the horse box again with her checklist, Anton groaned. How did you know I was planning to do that? She teased. Ferdy and Anton sighed, then laughed. They had grown very fond of Tia. She was very uncomplicated to work with. She was reliable, straightforward, very easy-going with a great sense of humour. She never took offence at their blokey banter. They never made her feel creepy, considering the age gap, and they looked out for her like she was family. At their destination, Anton and Ferdy unloaded the horses and settled them into their stables. Tia began to unload what the horses needed for their stay. Anton and Ferdy took the luggage into the house. The house was very similar in stature and status as Darleigh Dale Hall. Come in, great to see you all again. Are the horses happy with their rooms? Robin asked enthusiastically. He was middle-aged, handsome, confident, and very well-spoken. Tia remembered him from the fountain party at Darleigh Dale Hall. They are exceptionally pleased with the hospitality, Anton said. Good. Let me show you all to your rooms. This way. Cressida has just nipped out for yet another essential ingredient or two. Ladies first. Tia, you've got the blueberry room. In here. Gentlemen, you're a bit further along the hall. Tia, just put your bag down and follow us to the dining room to get your bearings. Tia was astonished at the lavish furnishings. In the centre of the room was a large wooden, heavily lacquered sleigh bed with white bedding and 6 pillows. The bed had non-matching rich red and lilac-patterned rugs on each side. The ensuite had a copper bath and 19th century etchings framed in mahogany. The wallpaper was deep dark blue with faint duck egg and gold swirling lines. The views were spectacular across the formal box hedge garden, and she could see the clock tower of the stables nearby. It was a beautiful June day, with lupins and huge fluffy red and pink poppies bursting out on the sculpted borders. A yellow trailing blossom laburnum tree had been planted in each corner of the walled garden. The rose beds had produced deep red Valentine's Day blooms. She hoped she would be able to walk around the grounds while she was there as she put her bag on the chair before catching up with the others in the hallway. Anton, the mulberry room. Ferdy, the damson room, Robin said, before leading his guests down to the dining room, allowing each of them to wash their hands before lunch. Cressida was entering the front door, carrying a jute shopping bag with the words Country Pumpkin on it and an image of a big orange pumpkin. It was a play on the words country bumpkin. She looked classy in her cream-coloured trench coat and brown suede knee-length boots with low heels. Her ash-blonde hair was long and loose, just how Tia remembered her. Anton stepped across to her and took the bag from her to carry it to the kitchen. "Thank you so much, Anton, dear. I hope you all had a good journey. We've so looked forward to seeing you all again. Go through to the dining room. I'll join you in a moment. Rob, you'll get the pot, won't you?" The dining room was sumptuously furnished to provide a luxurious ambiance. The bright summer sunshine bathed the subtle mink and gold wallpaper. Antique and modern furniture pieces were mixed in together. There was a long, honey-coloured, highly polished dining table in the centre of the room with matching chairs, and a smaller circular rustic pine table with 6 matching chairs in the bay window. Fresh crusty rolls were carefully arranged on a large breadboard in the middle. Robin brought a large white ceramic pot of hot soup to the table and opened the lid to stir it. The aroma from the steaming pot was that of tomatoes and peppers. He removed the lid from the butter dish and beckoned the guests to be seated to start serving themselves. Danish pastries were neatly arranged on a large plate with a gold rim on it. The coffee machine was bubbling on an enormous light oak dresser near the table, ready for serving with the pastries. A large jug of water had been placed in the middle of the table. Each place had cutlery, a soup bowl and side plate, a napkin, placemat, glass tumbler, and coffee cup and saucer. Cressida had dressed up this plain and humble soup lunch into a formal luncheon. Tia considered that Cressida really knew how to rock the posh country bumpkin look. "Sit wherever you like. Cress made vegetable soup in case anyone had any dietary preferences. We've got vegan butter if anyone wants a substitute, although everything is organic, including the free-range veg in the soup," Robin said. "Perfect," Anton announced, seating himself opposite Tia and next to Ferdy. "It looks very much like Cressida has surpassed her culinary talents yet again." "Thank you so much, Robin. It's a wonderful treat," Tia said. "Not at all. Cress wants to do her bit to make the start to your weekend as great as it has already promised to be." Cressida had entered the room and sat down to join them. "We're only too pleased to have been invited to do our bit for this very special occasion. We're truly very excited to welcome you all here." Tia reflected on how warm and kind her hosts were in contrast with her own family, who were not even attending the competition to support her. She had invited them, but they could not come for various reasons, all different. They chatted about the horses and how they had qualified for the Nationals, how Tia had bought Phoebe from the dealer, and how her 2-year-old filly had also been acquired. Ferdy was modest about Tia's talents, saying only that she faced a strong class of finalists, but she had the advantage of being a lightweight rider to give her a competitive edge. Tia wanted to add that she also had the advantage of regular therapy to maintain Phoebe's athletic condition, but she felt it would be unmannerly to contradict Ferdy. She had a deep respect for Ferdy and his concise judgment. He was right that no matter what condition a horse was in, rider load was a key factor in sports performance. That and the work she had put in with the strength and conditioning trainer. She felt so fluent and secure with the additional stability that came with the acutely reactive strength. "There are no plus-size ballet dancers," Ferdy declared. "There are no plus-size saddles either," Anton agreed. When lunch was over, they thanked their hosts, and Cressida suggested that they make themselves at home, wander around, take a rest, whatever they felt they needed to do. They would get together again when Nicole and Jeremy arrived. Tia asked if they would mind if she were to take a walk in their beautiful garden. "Please do," Robin said. "There is a beautiful woodland track down to the river, through the gate in the eastern wall, where you can sit and contemplate. Anton, would you show Tia where the gate is?" "I'd be delighted to. Shall I bring the dogs for their afternoon patrol?" "Thank you, Anton. That would be most helpful." Tia felt immensely content. She was happy that Anton was going to accompany her on a sublime summer walk, to explore a wonderful woodland and the vibrant river that flowed through it. It was the perfect activity to settle her competition nerves. The garden was at its most alive, with summer flowering bulbs, the aroma riding gently along on the warm June afternoon breeze. Tia was able to just be, to live in the moment, to absorb the sights and scents that surrounded her. Perfect days came back to back at Darleigh Dale Hall, together with all places connected with it. "After you," Anton said, opening the tall, creaky wooden gate, partially concealed by big blue climbing clematis flowers the size of dinner plates, laced to the tall brick wall. The dogs, 2 black female Labradors, quickly scampered through before Tia, eager to access the lush landscape beyond it. "Manners, ladies," Anton said. "I beg your pardon," Tia laughed as she walked through the open gate. They followed the path to the river, part parkland and part woodland. Sunlight shimmered through the branches of the trees, some of which had begun to unfold their leaves. The dogs disappeared into the woodland foliage for a hearty sniff of the day's new scents. "How are you now, Miss G?" "Ecstatic." "Good. I thought you might be feeling nervous about tomorrow." "I thought you might be too, as you've got me and Phoebe competing with you," a half grin prowling across her face mischievously. "No," Anton said nonchalantly. Tia laughed. It was not the answer she was expecting. "I'm terrified." Now Anton was grinning mischievously. "It will be quite a competition, with me, you, Dave and Phoebes pitched against each other. You've got a weight advantage and a mature horse, and I've got experience on my side, but a juvenile. Anything could happen. Don't forget to factor in your fan club cheering you on." "I already have." They walked around the park chatting about the competition and returned to the house an hour later. Robin met them at the door. "Can you give your vet, Mark, a call?" "Thank you, Rob," Anton said, picking his mobile phone up from the hall stand and beckoning Tia to follow him to the orangery. "Mark, how are you? It's Anton." "Good news. Some of the results are back. The blood tests are clear so far. The horses are highly unlikely to test for anything that might disqualify them tomorrow, but I need the full set back before I can confirm," Tia heard Mark say. Was there anything in the feed? Anton asked. We don't know for sure yet. I won't know until Monday morning. I would prefer not to know until then anyway. I can do without the drama. Anton had not told his family about the tests and the circumstances surrounding the request for them. There was no need if nothing were to come of it. Good news, Miss G. Mark is certain the bloods are clear from any common contaminants. There shouldn't be any embarrassing declarations of foul play connected with either of the horses tomorrow. That's a relief, said Tia. I'm really sorry if I've got it all wrong. Please don't be. The alternative would have been a disaster for me. Put it right out of your mind till Monday when the feed tests are in. Tia went to her room for a bath and a nap until dinner, when the rest of the Beckett family would be there. She looked forward to that evening, although she planned to get to bed early so that she would wake up feeling her absolute best. Her immaculately pressed sapphire blue satin shirt and contrasting white linen midi-length pencil skirt hung on the wardrobe door, ready to wear to dinner. Perfectly polished sapphire blue court shoes with snow-white tissue inside them to keep them in shape were carefully placed by the door. She would wear her hair casually tousled loose and open a couple of the top buttons of the blouse to complete the elegant look. Her eye makeup would be applied for a dramatic evening look to match the intensity of the satin blouse. She opted for a pale lipstick as her Italian grandmother told her that she should not mix dramatic eyes with dramatic lips. One or other had to be toned down. It was not long before they were all seated at the 12-seat dining table, and all seats were filled. The Becketts, Robin and Cressida, with their 3 grown-up children, Ferdy and Tia. The men were dressed in business wear, the ladies in pretty blouses and coordinating dress trousers. Tia was seated opposite Anton, on either side of Robin, who was seated at the head of the table. Tia noticed that Anton's eyes followed her from the moment she entered the room to the moment she sat down. She felt self-conscious and somewhat shy. It was the first time she had opted for a more mature appearance. Before she got to the table, he had got up from his seat to move her seat back from the table so that she could sit down before returning to his own. Tia was impressed that he never missed an opportunity to demonstrate his charming manners. I've kept it simple tonight. Vegetarian stir-fry with homemade vanilla ice cream, Cressida announced. No shellfish, dairy, eggs, additives, or undercooked meat. Oh, how disappointing. I've travelled all this way for some deliciously risky food options, Jeremy quipped. Cressida laughed. Robin, have you locked the chickens away? There could be 1 or 2 missing in the morning if Jeremy gets an appetite for them. They all laughed. Darling Cressida, I'll have whatever you've lovingly bought or dug up, prepared and cooked tonight, Jeremy schmoozed. They all chatted enthusiastically throughout the meal. It was an entertaining evening, and Tia felt immensely privileged to have been part of it. She was proud. She had consistently put only her best efforts into the past year, and success had been delivered to her week after week. Let's raise our glasses to Tia and Anton, Jeremy called, tapping a knife edge on his full wine glass. To the celebrity show jumpers, to Tia and Anton. They all cheered. Tia blushed. No, she would not turn away in embarrassment. She would embrace the good wishes, storing the feeling right down to her bones, so that she could recall the moment before entering the ring tomorrow. Anton smiled at her and whispered, Now how does it feel? Amazing, she replied quietly, with the broadest of grins. We got this, Jeremy enthused. I so do hope we have, Tia said, finishing her glass of sparkling water. We'll know by this time tomorrow, Anton said. We'll still have 2 wonderful horses and love them just the same as today, no matter what, said Tia. How very sweet of you, Tia, Cressida said. Tia is the Darleigh Dale's secret weapon, Anton said. You'll find her to be an enormous joy to watch tomorrow. Tia blushed and rolled her eyes up. She did not feel that she deserved so much credit. It was the horses who had got them to where they were that weekend. I really don't want to tear myself away from this magnificent gathering of such lovely people, but I really should go to bed now, Tia said. I'm going to go too, Anton said, getting up to move her seat for her. Rob, thank you for giving me a bedroom well away from here. Dad looks set to keep you all entertained well into the night after he's done chasing chickens. Everybody laughed. Thank you very much, everyone, Tia said. You've all been so very kind. I'm honoured to have been invited here in preparation for tomorrow. If you need anything at all, just shout, said Cressida. Sweet dreams, Jeremy said. Anton ushered Tia out of the dining room and up to her room. The sweetest of sweet dreams, Miss G, said Anton, giving her a warm hug at the bedroom door. She looked up and smiled at him. Everything's already the sweetest of sweet. Good. Anton moved his head to kiss her very lightly on the cheek, but she moved her face towards his at the same time to receive a kiss on the other cheek. She felt his softly pursed lips brushing against the edge of her mouth. Oh no! She didn't want him to think she was intending to kiss him on the lips when she was only presenting a cheek. We got this, Mr. B, she smiled. Whatever happens. He gave her another hug. She felt his heart and breathing quickening as she placed her hands and head on his chest. She sighed and hoped for another day in paradise the next day. She pulled away from him and, closing the door behind her, she slumped her weight against the back of it. What had he meant by whatever happens? It was confusingly cryptic. Tomorrow could change everything. Whatever happens. She had plenty to dream herself to sleep with that night. Plenty more than she imagined she would. Chapter 20. Finally. The atmosphere at the competition was full of lively chatter several minutes before the first competitor entered the ring. There were 32 finalists. Tia had drawn 12th to jump and Anton 26th. She would have time to watch his round. They walked the course with Ferdy. It was challenging. There were many more spectators, more noise, brighter lights, people coming and going, more foliage, brighter colours on each jump. This course was set to test her abilities beyond their limits. She was feeling scared. I feel sick, she said. You'll be fine, Ferdy said in a businesslike tone. You won't notice the size of them from up high. Phoebes will take care of you. If there's any hesitation, just withdraw. Don't feel you have to do anything you can't handle, Anton said reassuringly. You must trust her but read her very carefully at the same time, Ferdy warned her. Even though she has never had a pole down, don't take any chances in the first round. Bring her home safe. The 11 competitors jumping before her had been punishingly tested by the course. The riders looked tense. 2 riders were eliminated for refusals. 1 retired after having 2 fences down. 2 were clear and the other 5 had 8 faults, accumulating 4 of those faults at the final jump. Tia felt out of her depth, but there was no turning back now. The bell rang. In the ring now is Miss Tia Garcia with Didi Bizarre, owned by Mr. Anton Beckett. The audience applauded and cheered loudly at the mention of Anton's name, or so Tia thought. She cantered around. She spotted Jeremy and Nicole seated close to the final fence. They were applauding her loudly and smiling, surrounded by a large group of their friends. She could hear Ferdy's final words, "Bring her home safely," as if he were sat on her left shoulder and squawking in her ear, getting louder and louder. The first jump was a straightforward-looking ascending oxer, clear. The next was a tall upright. She would have to collect Phoebe to shorten her stride so that she had enough vertical power to lift up and over it. Clear. The next was a big, challenging triple combination. She had to approach with meticulous precision to give Phoebe the best chance of looking at it. Clear. The wall. Thump. The audience gasped and groaned, then hushed. Had a block fallen? She cantered on. An elaborately crafted and painted gate was next. Had she given Phoebe enough room after having disturbed the wall? She felt a power surge from Phoebe like she had not felt before. Tia momentarily tensed, something she had previously trained herself to avoid doing at all costs. Phoebe did a massive vertical jump. Tia tipped back. Phoebe stumbled with 3 legs on landing and momentarily struggled to get back on her feet. No! Had she hurt herself? Was it time to withdraw her from the competition? Just as Tia regained her balance enough to dismount, Phoebe was back on all 4 feet and heading rhythmically to the planks. We got this, Tia said determinedly under her breath. Clear over the planks. Perfect landing. 7 more elements to jump. Water jump. Clear. 5, 4, 3, 2, clear. She glanced at the wall as she passed it. The brick had moved but remained on top. No faults. Now for the fence that had been the source of the most trouble to the other competitors. It was the shape of most of an airplane, a solid fuselage with a gap underneath, a rider scarer. Trust. Home safely. Tia could feel Phoebe slowing down within 5 strides of the jump. Was there going to be a lift-off or a refusal? Phoebe made 3 foot-perfect rhythmical canter strides and elevated gracefully over the obstacle. Clear, and into the next round. The crowd erupted with enthusiastic applause. Tia was overjoyed. "You're such a star!" she proclaimed loudly, so that Phoebe would hear her above the noisy crowd. Jeremy and Nicole and their group had leapt out of their seats and were waving their arms as they applauded loudly. The audience that surrounded them had turned to look at the excited celebrities bouncing up and down in the front row. They happened to be such good friends of mine, Tia thought smugly. She cantered out of the ring and into Ferdy. "You nearly had her and yourself down on the ground," he growled. "I was just about to dismount when she got up and headed off to the next jump." Tia dismounted, loosened the girth and ran up her stirrups. Oh no, what if she's lame after that heavy stumble? Tia thought. She began to panic. "Wait," Ferdy called. "We need to check that she is unhurt before she goes into the jump-off." "I was just about to do that," Tia said. "Let's go back to the horse box and get the lunge line so we can see her move on a circle over there." "You'll have to ride her if you want to be sure." "Maybe Anton will have a few minutes to sit on her as he's heavier and he knows her movement far better than I do," Tia said with urgency. "Oh, I hope there's time." Tia was worried as she began hurrying towards the temporary stables where Anton was preparing Painter for the collecting ring to prepare him for his round. It would be at least another hour before Phoebe was due to jump again. "Anton, Phoebe stumbled and I'm worried about her. Ferdy said I should ride her to feel if she's moving normally. I thought you would be the very best judge of that, especially as she's your horse now." "Finish tacking up, Dave, and bring him over to the collecting ring. Walk him around. Keep his back covered." "Okay, I'm so sorry to ruin your prep. I really am," Tia said anxiously. "Phoebe's is more important," Anton said in a serious tone. Tia began to cry when Anton left. She felt like she had ruined the entire event for them all. She felt sick again. What if Phoebe was injured? What if they couldn't find an injury and she was in pain and jumped again, injuring herself? What if Painter didn't get enough warm-up time? What if he had an accident too because of her? As she walked Painter around the perimeter fence of the collecting ring, she looked into the distance at Anton riding Phoebe. He was trotting her on a circle. Was she moving like she normally does? It appeared so. How was she on the other rein? She seemed fine. No resistance. Canter. Loose. Hopefully okay. She prayed that Phoebe was not injured. Anton was back in 5 minutes as promised. Nothing unusual. Ferdy checked her limbs for hot spots, and there was nothing obvious. I think she's fine, but if she feels sticky or resistant at any time to you, just withdraw her. I will. Thank you, Anton. Best of luck, she said, giving Anton a leg up into the saddle. Don't worry, T. Everything will be okay. We got this. We'll get them home safe and sound. Whatever happens, remember? Should I ride her in the jump-off? Yes, I trust your judgment. Stop if she shows any hesitation whatsoever. You will feel it if she's too sore to jump. You've just got to hear her, and I know you will, Anton said as he entered the collecting ring with Painter. Tia returned to Ferdy and Phoebe. We think she's okay, but she could still develop inflammation and pain. We won't know until she's been standing for a while. Anton is happy for her to be ridden, so continue, but with caution. Tia was beginning to detest this aspect of riding horses. She hated that just about everything they did carried an injury risk, however remote. Okay, if I feel anything odd, I promise I will dismount and leave the ring immediately. Tia always deferred to Ferdy. He was very strict, and she was wary of him. He simply had to be obeyed. Tia led Phoebe back to her temporary stabling. She had time to watch Anton and Painter before returning to remount Phoebe for the jump-off. Anton was in top form, riding effortlessly with his usual classy, confident style and no hint of tension. He had a unique feel for horses. They always seemed to do whatever he asked, without hesitation, without ever any hint of coercion. He always made whatever ridden work he was doing look so easy, so harmonious, so pleasurable for both horse and rider. Painter jumped each element as if he was loving every second of it, as if he had jumped the course 100 times before. If horses could be seen to be smiling, Painter was unmistakably smiling. Anton guided him into each jump with laser precision. Every canter stride was cadent with a perfectly tuned rhythm. The tempo could have kept time with a metronome. The power in his striding, the leverage of his limbs, timed, calibrated to lift him through the air, was magnificent to watch. The audience cheered and applauded as they cleared the final jump. Most were upstanding, and once again the Bennets and Anton's fans were jumping at their seats. Phoebe and Painter were going to compete in the final round together. There were 8 clear rounds going through to the jump-off. Painter, you were insanely perfect, Tia said, jogging beside Painter as they left the ring. Anton dismounted, wearing the broadest of grins. Ferdy covered Painter's back end with a folded rug. I don't know what you do to him when you move your magic hands around on him, but he felt like he was going to explode with power out there, Anton said eagerly. He was loving it. Magnificent riding, complimented Ferdy. A true master at work. 6 more to go. I'll get Phoebe ready for her warm-up, Tia said. I'll check the jumping order, Ferdy said. As Tia was warming up Phoebe in the collecting ring, the jumping order was announced. She was to jump before Anton, who was going to be last to jump. She would be coming out of the ring as he was going in. Walking the jump-off course was not permitted. The finalists had to memorize the order from the ringside. The first horse to jump had a pole down. The second went clear. The third had a pole down. The fourth went clear, and the fifth. Next was Tia. As she cantered around the perimeter, she analysed the jump-off track and fences. Which fences could she jump diagonally to reduce her time? Did Phoebe really feel as right as she was before the last round? Should she just guide her quietly around the course and quit while she was sound, without any more drama? She would have to jump the gate at an angle, then turn inside the wall to the triple. Was that even possible? She could only tell when Phoebe got going. She would wait and see what Phoebe felt like doing. The bell rang. Now, Miss Tia Garcia with Didi Bizarre, owned by Anton Beckett. Just 18 years of age and the youngest rider in the competition. The crowd started whistling and cheering as soon as Anton's name was mentioned. Tia went over the jump order one more time in her head as she cantered around. She held off making plans for saving time. Phoebe, you just let me know when you can't do any more. I love you so much and we have to get home safely, okay? Phoebe surged at the first jump. Clear. The water jump. Clear. Should Tia risk the shortcut to the gate? She had to, if they were to have a chance of winning. As if Phoebe had known what Tia was thinking, she cut in front of the gate and jumped it at a sharp angle, folding smoothly in front of the triple without losing momentum. Clear and clear. The planks, which had been raised by 10 centimetres, clear. Phoebe then cut in front of the final fence, hitched a shoulder as if to balance Tia, then took a diagonal leap over it. Clear. Fastest time. The audience erupted noisily. Phoebe's jumping style was unique. It was clean, efficient and elegant in a way that was only seen on the show jumping circuit once in a decade. She cantered past Anton, who was cantering in as she left. He smiled and winked at her. She quickly dismounted to watch them while Ferdy took care of Phoebe. A remarkable clear, fast round for Miss Tia Garcia and Didi Bizarre, owned by Mr. Anton Beckett. Now keeping it in the family, here's Mr. Anton Beckett with the talented 7-year-old Didi Da Vinci, owned by Mr. and Mrs. Jeremy Beckett. Once again, Painter was foot perfect, and, cutting in front of one more jump than Phoebe, he took 2 seconds off Phoebe's winning time. He had the same effortless precision jumping style as Phoebe that could only be attributed to Tia's therapeutic techniques and precision management. It was truly remarkable. The audience were ecstatic. Anton's horses had taken 1st and 2nd place, a rare accolade in equestrianism. Tia was delighted with her placing. Mr. Anton Beckett takes top place with the talented young Didi Da Vinci, and Miss Tia Garcia wins the Young Rider Challenge at just 18 years of age. As the music sounded a triumphant tune in time with the canter rhythm, Anton and Tia stood side by side to collect their rosettes and trophies, then rode side by side in front of the other finalists for their lap of honour. They were so close and synchronised that they were able to hold hands up high in the air. The audience was standing, and Jeremy whooped and whistled throughout. Tia was sobbing heartily. Anton was scanning the crowd and smiling gleefully. How does it feel, Miss G? Like these horses give us much, much more than we could ever hope to give them. I meant, how do you feel? Oh, just a little bit ever so sensational, sobbed Tia. Look at these two. They're buzzing. Look at Dave trying to push in front of Phoebes now, but she's blocking him. The other competitors left the ring, and Anton and Tia cantered around side by side once more. Painter suddenly surged forward in front of Phoebe. Phoebe, he had the fastest time. Let him be in front. Anton let Painter gallop for the last part of the lap. Phoebe cantered gracefully in time to the music, like she was dancing. Tia was feeling warmly blissful, as if joy were fizzing through her veins. They were going home, safe and sound. They had all been invited to stay another night with Robin and Cressida to rest the horses before making the long journey home. They accepted. They could relax and celebrate without restriction, now that there was reason to celebrate heartily. Robin had invited more guests to an impromptu celebratory party. Anton and Ferdy settled the horses in their stables on their return. I'm still a bit worried about Phoebe, Tia said to Anton and Ferdy. Let's check her when it's light in the morning. We can check her all over and let her loose in the sand arena. I've already checked her legs again for any signs of heat, and we'll check her again last thing tonight, Ferdy said. Okay, thank you, Ferdy. That will put my mind at rest. Then Mark can check her again when we get back. We'll all check her. Now let's join the party and celebrate, Anton said. They returned to the house to wash and change for supper. Jeremy had started on his favourite Scottish vintage malt anaesthetic shared with Robin, while Cressida was fussing over a buffet supper with Nicole. Tia had changed into chinos and a flouncy green patterned cotton blouse with coordinating jade green suede court shoes. She had tucked a couple of extra outfits in the horsebox wardrobe that would dress her for any occasion, should the day's events require it. She had spent extra time on her makeup and hair for the very special occasion and was fully prepared for any photos. The guests were very keen to have their picture taken with her. The floodlit chains of laburnum blossoms and the manicured low box hedging provided the perfect classy backdrop near the tall, elaborate French doors. She had a photo taken with Anton and Ferdy, who were dressed in suits and very colourful, elaborately patterned silk ties. They both carried off a stunningly slick look for the evening, so much so that Anton and Ferdy were surrounded by a stream of young ladies who appeared one by one to be flirting with them all evening. Tia was disappointed that she did not get a chance to talk to Anton. She wandered to the stables at 9:30 to make a final check on the horses. "Hello, my amazing superstar horses!" Phoebe and Painter whinnied as she entered. "You have absolutely no clue how proud I am of you tonight." Painter was gently nuzzling her shoulder. Phoebe had turned back to her hay net. Anton paced purposefully across the yard towards the stables. "I thought I'd find you here," he said. "You must be feeling cold. Here, let me put my jacket around you." "Thank you, Anton. I just wanted to check on them and let them know how entirely awesome they are," Tia said, feeling the warmth of the jacket and Anton's arms brushing against her shoulders as he put it on her. "Is it just horses that can be incredible in your world, or does the occasional human live up to your exceptionally high standards?" he said playfully. It was obvious he'd been drinking. Tia did not want to encourage further conversation on that topic, under the circumstances. "Sometimes," she replied modestly. "Perhaps you will include yourself in that category. Sometimes." He leaned over Phoebe's stable door to give her a mint. "I actually do. Sometimes," she said, not wanting to undermine her achievements. "That's encouraging. You were impressive today, Miss G. Well, not just you, obviously, but people were remarking at how incredibly well the horses moved and performed today." "That's wonderful to hear. You were, of course, very impressive too, as always." "Painter was easy, because of you, of course," his remark triggering her to blush. "Are you ready to go back to the house?" Anton took Tia's hand as they walked across the gravel drive. His actions were so confusing. Letting her wear his jacket to keep her warm was his usual high standard of chivalry, but yesterday a maybe kiss, this evening lingering with a posse of lady fans, now holding her hand as he led her back to the party, as if he were making a statement about how close they were, if they were even close. What did it mean when a man held hands? It was hardly employer-employee behaviour. It couldn't count as romantic behaviour. Anton just seemed to pick her up and drop her back down again, almost daily. She took off his coat as he entered the house and returned it to him. "Here's our very talented young show jumper, horse trainer, therapist, and photographic model, all packaged into one delightful gift to all horses who are lucky enough to encounter her," Jeremy said, well on his way to being anaesthetised for the evening. He put his arm around her and squeezed her affectionately as he introduced her to more of his friends who had just arrived at the party. Tia chatted with them enthusiastically about the horses and her work. Anton stayed with her for the remainder of the evening, although others tried their hardest to get his attention. At midnight the guests left for home at intervals. When it was just the hosts and guests, Cressida suggested coffee in the kitchen. "I think I'll pass on that and get Nicole to carry me up to bed," Jeremy said. Several of the others declined too, leaving Robin, Cressida, Anton and Tia for the coffee congregation. Tia was not tired. The excitement of the day and evening electrified her. She would have stayed up all night, given the opportunity to make the day last as long as possible. "I wasn't sure if you two were an item, but didn't like to ask," Robin ventured. Tia blushed. Anton looked mildly embarrassed, but dignified the statement with a boyish grin. Tia was nevertheless keen to hear what his response would be. "Assuming you mean a romantic item, no," explained Anton with an awkward laugh. Tia's heart sank. She hoped no one noticed. Anton did not offer further explanation. "Forgive me, it was rather rude of me to ask with the young lady in question by your side. Blame the whisky, and your father topping it up." Tia sipped her coffee until there came a suitable gap in the conversation to take herself off to bed. She was too quick for Anton to dash off with her. As Tia sunk into the very inviting sleigh bed with light and crispy linen and deep soft pillows, it was not long before she was asleep. The day had been one that would always stay at the forefront of her mind. It had every element of excitement, danger, joy, intrigue, and mystery, and she did not know what to process first. It would have to wait until the journey home. No, he couldn't admit to any form of romance, having been put on the spot. He couldn't say, "Well, almost, because we almost kissed yesterday, or did we?" Her self-talk had made her smile as she clicked off the bedside lamp. After bidding their goodbyes to their hosts, Anton, Ferdy and Tia set off for home in the horsebox. "I'll sit in the back if that's okay. I might have a snooze. I can make you a drink when you want one too," Tia said. She really did not feel up to making conversation between Anton and Ferdy for the 3-hour journey home. She was still ruffled from having Ferdy critique her for Phoebe's stumble and possible injury, which they may yet discover when they got home. She was also deep in thought about Anton's remark to Robin about a romance between them. Of course there was no romance. They were not dating in that sense of the word. Perhaps attracted, but attraction did not make for a full-blown romance, with the suitor making consistent efforts to win the other's heart. She wasn't going to throw herself at Anton's feet, was she? But, crikey, how much more could she possibly expect him to give, notwithstanding that all contributions to date had not been romantic? Or had they? Anton and Ferdy chatted about the other finalists, sharing snippets about encounters with them, how they should have handled their horses' performances, how they should not have done this or that which cost them the title. Tia curled up on the seat and was soon rocked to sleep by the light jolts of gear changing, accelerations and decelerations. Chapter 21. Closure. When they arrived back home, Mark the vet was waiting there to examine Phoebe. "First things first, can you come and take a look at this paperwork?" Mark said to Anton, who followed him to his passenger car door. They returned in a few minutes to assess Phoebe. Tia noticed that Anton looked very sullen, troubled even. Mark was taking a blood sample, listening to her heart and lungs and palpating her limbs. He continued across her back and shone a light in her eyes. "Tia, would you mind trotting her up for us, please?" Mark asked, with Anton and Ferdy at his side. "Of course I will," Tia said, zipping up her gilet. "Perhaps Ferdy will trot her up next so that you can take a look too," Mark said. Phoebe walked and trotted up and down the driveway several times, and Mark declared her sound on the flat. Tia could not see anything unusual about her movement. They all moved to the sand arena to repeat the assessment on a circle. Anton had brought the tack. Nothing obvious there either. Tia held Phoebe while Anton fitted the jumping saddle and bridle on her. He put on his helmet and Ferdy gave him a leg up. "How does she feel, Anton?" Mark asked. "Same as she always does. I'll just make a couple of transitions in and out of canter and rein her back to see if she stiffens." There was nothing unusual to report. "If anything, she feels marginally more fluent than usual." "Take her over that cross pole, just to see her reaction to jumping, please, Anton." Phoebe approached, jumped and landed over the fence without hesitation. Are you happy with that? I am. Rest her for the next 3 days, trot her up in hand and ride her on the 4th, and see if she's still willing to jump, Mark suggested. I will return this time next week with a view to checking that her factory settings are all tuned to normal. How does that sound? Good plan, Anton agreed. Put Dave on the checking list too. I'd like to make sure he is fully recovered from the competition, even though he felt like he could have gone round the course twice. You've got 2 of the very best horses I've seen in my whole career there, Anton. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Mark. See you next week. Oh, and that other business. We'll have a chat about that too. Certainly, Mark said as he walked away towards his car. Other business? Thought Tia, leading Phoebe back to her stable to untack her and turn her out in the paddock with Painter and her other paddock friends. Ferdy, thanks for everything this weekend. You are an equestrian rock, Anton said, raising his hand to wave him off. T, I'll come with you to turn the horses out. Tia could sense that he was still troubled, despite the encouraging news about Phoebe's state of health and soundness. Anton and Tia turned the horses out and walked up to the jump fence at the top of the hill. True to form, he placed his waterproof jacket on the ground for them to sit on. The feed tested positive for quantities of salicylic acid, ACP, and bute, Anton said gravely. Tia gasped and sunk back against the jump with her head tipped back. Leaning forwards again, she said, "Why would Christy want to do that?" We have no absolute proof that Christy put the drugs in the feed, only circumstantial evidence of her being there in the middle of the night without good enough reason. I suppose so, but only me and her accessed the feed room this week. George and Maisie haven't been here since last weekend, and we would have used up any contaminated food by now if they had put it in there. What are you going to do now? I'll talk to Mum and Dad. I don't want her around here any more. It's clear that she hasn't exactly been encouraging towards you or Phoebe lately. Was it both feeds that were contaminated, or just one of them? Just one. Which one? Phoebe's. Oh, set to have me eliminated then, not you? It would seem so. That's what makes it so highly unlikely that you could have done it. Well, we can't rule out that I was sleepwalking. We can't rule out that it was me either, Anton said. I'm certain it wasn't you. You knew that I would withdraw from the competition if you asked me to, if me competing against you was an issue. I know that, T. There's absolutely no way I would risk injuring either Phoebe or you with that much dope in her. Mark said she would have been very dangerous to ride with compromised reaction times. She could easily have crashed. He was silent for a moment. All the bins need to be searched. The packets have codes and dates on them. The bins are not due to be emptied until tomorrow. How can you do that without appearing odd? It's not every day that you rummage in bins. I would need to search the bins in the farm properties too, but I'll start with the stables, then the South Lodge. Nobody must know. Come on, feed room bins first. They got up and went hastily to the feed room. Let's be sure to search together, then there will be 2 witnesses, Anton said. Feed room bin, clear. Laundry room bin, clear. Dumpster, clear. Rubbish bags in the trailer attached to the back of the quad bike, clear. Just my bins to search now, Tia said. Apartment bins, clear. Let's check for any bags in the bins already at the gate. Good idea. Gate bins, clear. Christie's bins next, Anton said. How about sending Handy Harry in to check the drains for obstructions? That would get him into the house without suspicion. You can go with him and helpfully remove the bins for tomorrow's collection, Tia suggested. Great plan. What excuse can we use for you to be there too? We've got to be each other's witnesses, remember? Christie's due up at the stables later for evening duties. When she goes to bring the horses in, I will let her see me taking a bucket and sponge out for cleaning water troughs and head up towards the lodge on foot, inspecting a couple of troughs on the way over, then meet you there. That sounds mightily plausible. Anton went off to find Handy Harry, and Tia returned to the staff room to wait for Christie to arrive. She busied herself with taking down and dusting the trophies to rearrange them, making room for the new arrivals and a dozen framed photographs from the competition. As she stood on a chair to place the photograph of Anton and herself accepting their trophies, Christie entered. I heard you had a successful weekend. We did indeed. Phoebe and Painter performed like superstars. Really? Even better than at home? Was there ever any doubt? Tia said cryptically. It's unusual for them to perform better away from home, that's all. Any plans yet for your next outing? We haven't thought that far ahead yet. Tia did not want to provide Christie with any personal information. She was finding it difficult engaging with her while concealing her suspicions, so aimed to keep the conversation minimal. We? Sounds like the logical step is that you will continue to compete together now that the horses are at the same level. Nice photos. We, as in Ferdy, hasn't suggested what the next steps might be. Where did you stay last night? At the Marsdens, to rest the horses before the journey home. Anton looks especially pleased with himself in this photo with you and Ferdy. Well, I'm sure you would too if you picked up the award for best show jumper in the whole of the UK. Tia wished that her remark had not sounded so catty. She had to remain friendly so as to maintain normality. You bet. Christie had made no remark about Tia's win, confirming to her that there was indeed an underlying antagonistic sentiment about her. Tia climbed down from the chair and announced that she was going to get a head start on tomorrow's activities by completing the trough check a day early. She picked up her bucket and sponge and left the room. When she got to the lodge, Anton and Harry were standing outside it, looking down a drain. Let's go in and have a look from the inside, Anton said. T, would you mind stepping inside too? We may need you to turn some taps on. Sure, Tia said, taking her boots off and entering the back door into the kitchen. Quick, grab the bin while Hans is occupied outside, Anton said hurriedly. Empty it in the back of the quad bike and cover it over. I need the taps turned on upstairs, called Handy Harry. Okay, Hans, said Anton, hurrying Tia upstairs to the bathroom and following closely behind her. Quick, see if there's a bin in her room and look for any other bits of rubbish lying around, just in case. Anton went to the bathroom and turned the basin tap on. There's a bin in here, but all the surfaces are tidy, Tia said in an anxious whisper. Grab it and empty it in the quad, but put back a couple of the bigger bits to make it look like it hasn't been disturbed. Tia dashed in the room, grabbed the bin, skipped down the stairs, swooped on the quad bike, emptied the bin, and replaced a couple of magazines and crisp wrappers back into it. She jumped 2 steps at a time, back up the stairs, stumbling on a rug outside the bathroom and taking 2 extra long strides to keep herself upright. Mission accomplished, Tia said, almost out of breath as she returned the bin to Christie's room. Oh, you seem to be falling for me, Anton laughed. He always seemed to have time for making amusing remarks, no matter what the circumstances were. If you only knew how true that was, Tia thought to herself, turning to look at Anton with a dry smile. She hated looking ridiculous in front of him, even though she considered she should be used to it by now. I can't see too much of a problem down here, called Handy Harry. The water's running a bit slower than it should, but it's fine for now. Just flush the loo, please. Anton had deliberately run the tap slow to keep Handy Harry guessing about the problem. Okay, Hans. That's flowing normally, said Handy Harry. Anton and Tia returned downstairs and went out to Handy Harry. I'll come back tomorrow and put some perfect pipes crystals down the bathroom sink. Thank you very much, Hans, Anton said. Let's go, T. They sped off on the quad bike towards the hall with their cargo of contraband. They saw Christie leaving the stables and walking in the direction of the lodge. It was plausible that Anton would be giving Tia a lift back from the distant fields. "I'm taking this to the hall. We'll hide away from prying eyes in the cart lodge to sort through it," Anton said. "I'm in more suspense than when I rode into the jump-off yesterday." Tia laughed. "I feel like I'm living in a film production." "Don't rule it out. This latest drama of yours would be hysterical if you weren't nearly badly injured by feeding Phoebes that toxic concoction." They arrived at the cart lodge and systematically picked through the rubbish. "Show me where you tipped the contents of the bin that was in the bedroom," Anton said. "In the back corner on the left." "Put these gloves on," Anton said, reaching into his pocket. "I'll use the gardening gloves." They sorted through the rubbish, unfolding scraps of paper, emptying paper bags, shaking empty tins, and placing the sorted items into a bin liner. "I believe I've got it," Anton said, having picked a small scrunched paper bag from the left corner and staring down into it after opening it. Tia gasped. "Let's take it into the house," Anton said. "It needs to be placed in a clean plastic bag just in case it's needed for forensics." Jeremy and Nicole were in the kitchen preparing dinner. "We've got a saboteur in our midst," Anton announced. "What?" Nicole and Jeremy announced in unison. "I'll put the kettle on. Sit down, T. I'd like you to explain this in your own words," Anton said. "The night before we travelled to the Marsdens with the horses, I called Anton in the middle of the night because the horses became unsettled, as if someone had entered the building," Tia began. "Go on," Nicole said, looking concerned as she sat down at the table. "Anton told me to stay upstairs, and when he arrived we both saw Christie leaving the staff room, me from upstairs and Anton from downstairs. He asked her what she was doing there. She said she had left her bag in the staff room and needed a phone number in it for the morning," Tia explained. "Anton went back home, and when I woke up in the morning I felt very uneasy about anyone, stalking around the horses before the competition. It's too important to leave to chance, especially when there are grounds for suspicious activity." "Do we need to add Super Sleuth to your never-ending list of talents?" Jeremy quipped. Tia smiled awkwardly. "I didn't want the horses to have the breakfast that was in their feed bowls that morning, just to be sure that there was no chance they had been contaminated." Jeremy and Nicole frowned as they turned to look at each other incredulously. "So I suggested that Anton get Mark in to take blood samples straight away, in case they had already ingested some contaminated feed that night, which would have meant elimination from the competition. And to have one or both of us declared as cheats if we were to win and have blood samples taken at the competition," Anton added. Mark confirmed that the horses' blood tests were clear for competing later that day, but he had also taken the feeds for analysis, Tia explained. "Why didn't you tell us?" Jeremy asked Anton. Because up until Mark had confirmed that the feed was indeed contaminated with sedative, anti-inflammatory and analgesic medication, we only had a hunch to go on, Anton replied. "Somebody tried to dope the horses and get you eliminated?" Nicole asked in astonishment. "Just Phoebe," Anton said. "That level of foul play is horrifying," Jeremy said, now becoming increasingly angry. "I'm no horse expert, but surely sedating a horse for show jumping is highly dangerous." "The consequences could have been extremely dire," Anton said. "So what's in that bag and where did you find it?" Nicole asked. "It's the evidence from Christie's bin that we both found in her bedroom," Anton said. Jeremy got up from the table and looked out of the window with a hand across his brow. "How sure are you that she is the one who did this?" Nicole asked. "There are very few of us with access to the feed room," Tia explained. "George and Maisie have not been here since the weekend, and I had opened a new bag of Phoebe's feed on Monday. Only me, Anton and Christy had access to the feed room since that bag had been opened. The feed room is kept locked in case the horses ever get in there, overeat and get colic. Neither Tia nor myself have any possible motive for wanting to harm Phoebe, Anton said. I can't understand why Christy would do such a thing, Jeremy said. I can, Nicole said. I've noticed that she's been very jealous of Tia in the way she talks about her since Phoebe began competing. But there's far less risky ways to get her sacked from her job than that, Jeremy said. That can't be the whole story. Getting Tia the blame for implicating us in a doping scandal and or risking injuring Tia or Phoebe is a sure way to get Tia to ultimately leave us one way or another, Anton said. That, and she has been throwing herself at me every opportunity she gets. Admittedly, I might have encouraged her with my unusual sense of humour, but I didn't know she was dangerous. Tia tried to stifle a laugh. Would this test the limits of his courtesy to refrain from calling Christy a bunny boiler? Tia thought. The latter sounds more plausible, Nicole said. It's no laughing matter. It's painful to watch, Anton said. It is now. Leave her to me, Jeremy said. I want her out of here before she tries to do any more harm. Looking back, I wouldn't put it past her to be hiding something about Phoebe's original disappearance, Nicole said. Oh, Mother, don't embarrass me. I was much too young to be involved in a love triangle with any girls back then, Anton said. They all laughed. Jeremy announced that he would contact his lawyer immediately with a view to instructing security to escort her from the house, paying for her to stay in a hotel until she collected her belongings from the estate. He would settle her wages and severance pay immediately and inform her that she was not allowed back on the estate without permission. He would have security maintain a 24-hour watch at the stables until she and her possessions were gone for good. He was going to hand the package over to the police for testing and inform her that if she ever smeared the Darleigh Dale Hall reputation, he would let the police know that they had good reason to believe that she was the prime suspect. Let's go and decompress, Anton said to Tia, leading her out of the door after she had thanked Nicole and Jeremy for their understanding and prompt action. He wanted to return to the jump fence at the top of the hill before it got too dark. They sat down against the jump where they could not be seen from the South Lodge. I'm intrigued as to why, of all the lovely places to sit on this estate, you choose to come here to reflect, Tia asked. Prue is buried under this jump. I am so sorry, I had no idea. It's probably macabre to most people. Not at all. It's so very touching that you brought me here when Phoebe first arrived. If I'd known the truth, I would have brought her along too. Perhaps she would bring herself up here if you turned her out in this field. You have a profoundly sophisticated, wholesome imagination. How so? I consider the technical aspects of riding, the strategies and the tactics. But you bring a refreshing extra layer of magic to it, like they're always part of a heartfelt story waiting to unfold. She laughed. More like a comedy of errors where you're involved. I used to think you had some weird energy that made embarrassing situations happen around me. When I realised there was a pattern, I tried to keep my distance in case we lost the best comedian we ever had here. That's what I like most about you. You're so compassionate, she said, feigning sincerity with a smile. Next day, Tia was sitting in the staff room cleaning tack when Christy burst in. She heard a car speeding down the drive and pulling up outside the stable, then another, and doors opening and closing. A third car arrived moments later. Tia did not greet her. She carried on spraying and wiping the tack, as if neither of them were present. What's going on around here? Christy demanded angrily. Tia looked at her blankly. She would leave the explaining up to whoever had followed her in the cars. A man and a woman dressed in security guard uniforms burst in. Come on, miss. Gather up your things and leave quietly. There's no need to make a scene. Jeremy and Anton were next to enter the staff room. "Ant, what's going on?" Christie asked him in a high-pitched, childlike, manipulative tone of voice, as if she was about to cry. "You know exactly what's going on," Anton growled. To Tia he appeared more disappointed than angry. "Don't treat me like this," Christie said to Anton, this time angrily. "We've got evidence that you tried to cause serious injury this weekend," Jeremy said. Christie turned crimson. "And why would I do that to her precious show jumper?" she sneered. Anton and Tia looked at each other. As far as they were aware, nobody had told Christie the details about which feed bowl had been tampered with. It was an important detail that so few of them knew about. Tia thought for a moment and recalled that Christie had left the staff room shortly after Anton left to take the call from Mark when it was confirmed that Phoebe was in fact Rush. Perhaps she had overheard the conversation. Now that Rush was back, perhaps she wanted her gone again. Tia got up and went to the feed room. She wrote a note to give to Anton. "Christie left the staff room the day you took the call from Mark about Phoebe's true identity. She could have overheard the conversation." "You were here the day Rush was taken, weren't you? You and that deadbeat boyfriend of yours at the time," Anton said. "Where was Rush taken to?" Jeremy asked. Christie was silent. Her cheeks had a deep shade of crimson. Tia wondered if Anton was bluffing to get her to admit a connection to the theft, since she had revealed that she knew about Phoebe's feed contamination. "You've got two choices. You can tell us, or you can tell the police." Anton had his phone in his hand as if about to make a call. "Wait," Christie said, turning to Anton. "He said he was taking her to the Isle of Man, to his uncle's farm, where she could be hidden without anyone knowing her history. Jack assumed you would offer a substantial reward for her. He said he would set up a couple of friends to arrange for her to reappear so they could collect the reward. I didn't see him after that, and I couldn't contact him either." "So why didn't you tell us?" Jeremy asked. "You knew how much Rush meant to us." She began to whimper with dry eyes. "I was frightened. I thought Rush would be returned after she went missing, and everyone would be none the wiser. I knew I'd lose my job if I owned up to being involved, and I wanted more than anything to stay here." Tia came back in the room and saw Christie holding her head in her hands. She signalled to Anton that she had a note for him. She dropped it on the floor next to him and sat down again. He picked it up and turned around to read it without being seen. "So all these months, when you knew that Phoebe was Rush, you tried to sabotage all the work that Tia, Ferdy and I had put into her by causing injury that Tia could be blamed for?" Anton accused. "It wasn't like that." "Exactly what was it like then?" Anton pressed. "When she came back, I knew there was a very good chance that you would one day pursue the theft, and that I would be implicated when I wasn't really. I knew there was little chance of you selling her after the competition, so it seemed logical to see how she could be retired." "Who is responsible for neglecting her?" Anton asked. "Jack's former employers. His uncle moved her from his land to an auction when Jack didn't collect her. Jack told his employer about how perfect Rush would be for his daughter, who was 10 at the time, to eventually compete. That would take Jack off the suspects list. The family then travelled to Wales to buy Rush at the auction. Jack suggested they contact Mikey when they offered him back to Jack." "Didn't you say that you had no contact with Jack again after Rush went to the Isle of Man?" Jeremy asked. "How did you know about the auction?" "His employers kept in touch with me and contacted me when they started acquiring various horses that needed training for a breeding venture. They told me that Jack had found them a young horse in Wales to buy that his uncle owned and was putting through the auction the next day. I knew that it could only be Rush. I had no contact with them after they bought her because she was back in the area. I couldn't risk having any links with her and being involved in the theft because she was too close to home. I panicked when I realised she was back with you." Tia got up and hurriedly left the staff room. She went up to the jump fence at the top of the hill, sat down behind it, and sobbed bitterly. In a single day she had felt the absolute joyful best at winning the national finals with Phoebe, right down to the absolute worst despair at how cruel Christy could be. How could anyone be so heartless, not just to a vulnerable foal, but to a vulnerable, sick child who loved her so much? Then, when she was miraculously returned to her rightful owner, try and manipulate a situation to injure her so she wouldn't be found out. How could she say that she wasn't really implicated in Phoebe almost starving to death? She heard car doors opening and shutting and driving off. Christy must be gone. Tia was now crying uncontrollably, just like on the day she first saw Phoebe at the dealer's yard. Hardly any coat, and with the coat that was there, yellow lice eggs clinging to every hair. After several more minutes she heard a gate opening. A horse came galloping up the hill. She could hear neighing. She looked up and saw Phoebe circling the jump around her, getting closer and closer. Phoebe stopped in front of Tia, eyes wide, nuzzling her, as if with a puzzled expression on her face. She then turned and began to sniff the jump, then on to sniffing the ground around it. She began to paw the ground. Soothed by Phoebe's behaviour, she stopped crying. "Oh, Phoebe, you know, don't you?" Anton appeared and sat down beside her, placing an arm around her. "You said you wanted to know what would happen if Phoebe got in this field. Now you know. She saw her mother being buried here. She was whinnying when the tractor was lowering her down and covering her over. We didn't think she would take any notice of the burial from the next field so far away. But she did." Phoebe was standing over Tia and Anton. Tia spoke to her gently. "What happened to you will never happen to your foal. I promise." Phoebe snorted, turned, and wandered off down the hill, back to the open gate. "Come on, T. I've been watching you lately. You've been spun backwards and forwards at breakneck speed for the past few days. You deserve some very high-quality rest and relaxation before you burn yourself out," Anton said, giving her a hand up off the ground. He put his arms around her, and she rested her head on his shoulder for a few moments. She had never felt so emotionally weary. "Can I take you to the Beckett Beach House? Charlie and Jess are already there. It's near the Seahorse, and we can sail there." "What about the horses?" "I've never tried to get them on the boat before, but if you insist." Tia laughed. As they walked down the hill to the stables, Tia saw the hedge where they first met. "Do you remember the day we first met when you scared me and poor Painter down there?" "I do. You scared me too. I had never met a girl looking so utterly charming riding a horse upside down before, my own horse at that." "It took me a while to discover that you were the archetypal dark horse." "Overlooked and unfavoured, Miss G?" "Hardly. Racing at the back of the shadows cast by the spotlight that shines on others." "Hiding in the shadows." "With the potential to outclass others?" "Most definitely." "Until expected victory?" "That very much depends on your performance, Mr. B."